Chapter 2607. You're the one who was beaten by me. Moreover, if the young miss were to return in failure, everyone would kick her while she was down. There would be many people in Yangjiajin who would laugh at her. Thinking of this, the old man quickly walked over. And in front of the steps leading to the entrance, there were a dozen figures standing there. They wore blue robes and had their hands behind their backs. Although they weren't old, they had a dignified air about them. As for their strength, they weren't weak. They were all at the second stage of the World King realm. Of course, this strength was still weak to Lin Ling. Seniors, isn't this disciple recruitment ceremony supposed to last for 3 days? The old man cupped his hands together and bowed, his attitude very humble. Old man, are you deaf? If I say it's over, it's over. One of the youths indifferently said, his words mixed with a domineering aura. But them. The old man immediately pointed to the front. There were still youths walking up the steps. At this time, the blue-robed youths all smiled meaningfully. The leader didn't speak. He gently stretched out a hand. The old man was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood and quickly took out some spirit stones with a smile. It turned out that the disciple recruitment ceremony hadn't ended, but the disciples guarding the entrance were greedy. If they didn't pay up, they would directly tell them to scram. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to curry favor with me? Who do you think I am? Scram immediately. However, after the spirit stones were taken out, the blue-robed youth was clearly disdainful. To him, spirit stones weren't even worth his attention unless he had flame crystals. Country bumpkin, scram. The other blue-robed disciples also angrily shouted, as if they were being mocked. Ah! The old man clearly couldn't react in time. But at this time, the blue-robed youth had already attacked. He kicked out, sending the old man tumbling away like a gourd. Do you want me to kick you before you scram? Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Suddenly, they understood that the old man's reward was too small. The Flame Emperor sect's disciples didn't even care. However, to Yang Xiaotian, those spirit stones were equivalent to Yang Jiajin's annual income. Yang Xiaoan could still vaguely remember how her grandfather's aged hands trembled when he passed those spirit stones to her. Because these spirit stones were spirit stones that the Yang family had scrimped and saved for. However, this blood and sweat was simply unworthy of the eyes of others. This meant that Yang Xiaoan had been eliminated. The old man sat on the ground, clenching his fists and pounding the ground in pain. He also understood what had happened. They didn't give enough money. It's all my fault, all my fault. The old man continuously slapped his own face. He felt extremely guilty and tears streamed down his face. If I had worked harder, Miss would have been able to enter the Yen Emperor sect. He screamed in pain, but the youths nearby didn't sympathize with him. Instead, they sneered. They obviously couldn't wait to have one less competitor. Some people even laughed out loud. Uncle Shu, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Yang Xiaoyan's face was covered in tears as well. She helped the old man to his feet, but their expressions were extremely sad as well, because they were about to return home. However, at this moment, a figure walked out and slowly walked towards the blue-robed young man. What are you doing? The man beside the old man immediately cried out in alarm, because the young man who walked out was actually the drunkard Lin Ling. But Lin Ling didn't seem to hear his shouts. He arrived in front of the blue-robed youth and looked at him indifferently. What's the meaning of this? The blue-robed youth clearly didn't understand Lin Ling's actions. But in the next moment he understood. The crisp sound of a slap landed on his face, and it was from the person in front of him. You hit me? This time, the blue-robed youth was shocked. The Yen Emperor sect disciples behind him were also shocked. Even the youths who were about to give him money were all gaping in shock. To them, the Yen Emperor sect was no different from a divine gate in the sky. It was something they had to look up to. In fact, they didn't even dare to speak loudly here. But this guy had slapped the Yen Emperor sect disciple. Is this guy crazy? In fact, even Yang Xiaotian and the rest were dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Ling was drunk again? Yes, I hit you. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Xiaotian and the rest, He had seen how much importance Yang Xiaotian placed on this disciple recruitment. But because of their greed, these guys had forcefully wiped out a young girl's wish. Lin Ling couldn't stand it anymore. So, he made a move. Do you know who I am? The blue-robed youth touched his cheek and laughed crazily. Slap. But what greeted him was a slap, a crisp slap. I only know that you are the one who was slapped by me. After the slap, there were still those lazy words. This tyrannical action undoubtedly silenced everyone. The old man was the first to react. This has nothing to do with us. This guy is drunk. He's using alcohol as an excuse to go crazy. In fact, he didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. But obviously, it was better to distance himself from this matter. However, the Yen Emperor sect disciples didn't care about him at all. They were furious. Kill him! The young man in the lead roared out. Boom! The Yen Emperor sect was an extremely famous sect in the flame world. When had they ever been humiliated like this? So, the disciples attacked one after another. Flames erupted from their bodies. Between their fists and palms, flames soared to the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. From afar, it looked like countless infernal gods had attacked. What a powerful move! The surrounding youths didn't care about Lin Ling's safety. Instead, they were shocked by the Yen Emperor sect's moves. As expected of the Yen Emperor sect, these martial arts were so profound. In their hearts, they were afraid that Lin Ling would be burned alive. Moreover, everything went smoothly. Lin Ling didn't do anything and was hit by a large number of disciples just like that. When will this guy wake up? Sigh, drinking has killed him. The old man sighed softly. Lin Ling didn't fight back. He thought that Lin Ling had drunk too much. But at this moment, a loud boom sounded, as if a giant had descended. Bang bang bang. The Yen Emperor sect disciples flew out like kites with their strings cut. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of everyone. The most frightening thing was that he was safe and sound. Such a scene was no doubt demonic. After all, everyone had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. He was simply an ordinary person among ordinary people. However, such an ordinary person was actually able to face the siege of the Yen Emperor sect's disciples and remain unscathed. This couldn't be a dream, right? What's going on? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a meteor shot out from the mountain and smashed into the ground. Rumble! The ground shook. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man slowly stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. He wore a red robe and looked ordinary, but he had the aura of an infernal god's fury. Lin Ling also smiled as he looked at this person. To his surprise, he discovered that this fellow actually had an 8th grade awakened divine body. However, his realm wasn't high, only at the 8th stage of the World King realm. He was a martial artist who had talent but couldn't display it. Chapter 2608. The Secret of the Yen Emperor Sect. Elder, this person is openly attacking in the Yen Emperor Sect. The disciples climbed to their feet and spoke angrily. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end, he said indifferently, "Your strength is not simple." Although Lin Ling looked very young, he was able to defeat the guarding disciple. His strength was indeed impressive. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. If he was already so powerful without any spiritual energy, what would happen if he cultivated the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique and developed spiritual energy? He was obviously a genius. The surrounding people also felt that something was amiss. Could it be that the middle-aged man had developed a fondness for talent? However, Lin Ling's following words caused everyone to be dumbstruck, including the middle-aged man. Your talent is not bad. Lin Ling's words were like the advice of a senior, and there was no respect in his tone. At this moment, the crowd began to wonder if Lin Ling would be beaten to death by that senior. Ha, interesting. Follow me into the Yen Emperor sect. However, the middle-aged man didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled appreciatively. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. They wanted to see Lin Ling being taught a lesson. I know about your little tricks in front of the mountain gate, and I don't object. But don't go too far. The middle-aged man looked around and his voice turned cold. Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding disciples turned pale, and they did not dare to speak anymore. As for Lin Ling, he followed the middle-aged man into the Yen Emperor sect. The whole process was very casual. He's actually so powerful. Yang Xiaotian and the others were stunned on the spot, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was he still the alcoholic in their hearts? Was this still a youth who didn't do proper work? This was especially true for the old man and the young man. Their faces were filled with embarrassment, but very quickly, sadness took over their faces. This was because they were about to return home and face Yang Jiazhen's ridicule. Yang Xiao, what are you still standing there for? However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded out, causing Yang Xiaotian to be stunned. She discovered that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. Didn't you want to enter the Yen Emperor sect and win glory for your hometown? Why are you still in a daze? Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Boom! Yang Xiaotian's heart immediately thundered as tears rolled down her cheeks. Young miss, can she do it? That elder was also like this, extremely excited. It should be fine. At least this uncle, no, this senior didn't object. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man nodded. To him, Lin Ling was a genius and was worthy of entering the Yen Emperor sect. As for Yang Xiaotian, she was dispensable. If she wanted to enter the Yen Emperor sect, then so be it. All right. Seeing the middle-aged man nod, Yang Xiaotian shouted excitedly and ran towards Lin Ling. She knew very well that if it weren't for Lin Ling, she would have gone home in disgrace. When she got home, she would only be able to see her grandfather sighing incessantly and receive the ridicule of her neighbors. But now, she had been reborn and had entered the Yen Emperor sect. Thank you, thank you. The elder kept shouting and almost knelt down to express his gratitude. Moreover, when he thought of how he had mocked Lin Ling along the way, he immediately felt guilty. Especially when Lin Ling had taught those disciples a lesson, he had distanced himself from Lin Ling. This made it even harder for him to raise his head and look at Lin Ling. Fortunately, the young man didn't seem to care about all this. This made the elder suddenly think that the young man and him were from different worlds. It seems like they didn't need to go through the test and directly became disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. No way, this seems very unfair. I'm so envious of them. Impossible, the Yen Emperor sect has its own rules. They definitely have to test them. The surrounding youths were all envious. The two of them have completely become disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. But at this time, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the youths. After saying this, he led Lin Ling and Yang Xiaotian forward. He was an elder, so he had the final say. The surrounding youths were all stunned and even more envious. Of course, even so, after entering the Yen Emperor sect, the elders still specially tested Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he naturally passed the test with ease, alarming a group of elders. In fact, Lin Ling had restrained himself. Otherwise, it would have alerted the entire Yen Emperor sect. In the following days, Lin Ling obtained the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, it didn't catch his eye at all. Of course, he was only putting on an act to cultivate a little. In fact, he was more curious about the Yen Emperor sect's secret. This was because during this period of time, he had discovered that his demonic flame transformation seemed to have changed even more. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered something like this. After all, the demonic flame transformation was just a cultivation technique. It seemed to have awakened a spirit of its own. It was extremely strange. This meant that the Yen Emperor sect definitely had something that could move the demonic flame transformation. However, Lin Ling didn't dare to investigate carelessly. After all, the overall strength of the Yen Emperor sect wasn't strong. However, he had secretly investigated and found that there was an expert hidden here who couldn't be underestimated. His strength was around the stage 3 True God realm. Before he made a breakthrough in his realm, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't alert the enemy. Once he entered the True God realm, Lin Ling believed that the mysterious expert wouldn't be his match. Besides that, Lin Ling also began to look for a way out. However, when he checked the ancient records, he discovered that this place was huge and there seemed to be no way out. If there was, it might be in the Yen Emperor sect. This was because it was recorded in the ancient records that a long, long time ago, the martial artists here didn't practice martial arts. Later on, many mysterious people came from nowhere and created several sections. In the end, martial arts became rampant in this world. To the people of this world, practicing martial arts was the only way out. It was also the only way to become a top person. All of this made Lin Ling guess that these mysterious people might not be local residents, but outsiders. Obviously, they were trapped here, and in the end, martial arts sprouted and took in disciples. Therefore, if he could reach the peak of this fragment, he would definitely be able to find a way out. While he was investigating, Lin Ling was also cultivating. He had a feeling that if he broke through, both of his dantians would enter the true god realm. In addition to the Ashura sword formation and evil flame change, he was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of a stage 2 true god. He might even be able to fight a stage 3 true god. At that time, he would be able to defeat Lei Tianlan easily. Other than cultivating, Lin Ling would also check on Qianji Queen occasionally. However, she seemed to be heavily injured and was in a deep sleep. Lin Ling, are you there? On this day, in Lin Ling's quiet wooden house, a smile could be heard. It was Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Xiaotian had already treated Lin Ling as a big brother. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she would secretly ask Lin Ling for advice. The results were good, especially when it came to fire-based martial arts. Lin Ling's answers were more comprehensive than the elders in the sect. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling's cultivation increased very slowly during the test, Yang Xiaotian would have treated Lin Ling as an elder. Chapter 2609. Trading Team. Elder Chen was the middle-aged man from before. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was slow and caused many elders to oppose Lin Ling, Elder Chen still valued Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling was a well-prepared genius. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely become a talent. Lin Ling was grateful for this. However, Elder Chen was right. When the time came, Lin Ling would not only become a talent, but he would also dominate this fragment of the flame world. After that, Lin Ling and Yang Xiaoyun left and arrived at the mountain gate. There were already many disciples waiting there, whispering to each other. One had to know that the Meiyu sect was also a big sect in the flame world. Together with the Taichu sect and the Yen Emperor sect, they were known as the three great martial worlds. The Yen Emperor sect was backed by the fire treasure soil. This divine fire soil could increase the talent of fire-type martial artists. The Meiyu sect was in charge of the flame crystals. Hence, for the sake of cultivation, they would trade with each other. Every time they traded, it would be a great honor for the disciples who were sent out. Hence, these disciples were very excited, as if their strength had been recognized. The person leading the team this time was said to be the daughter of the sect master, Yen Yeyu. She had inherited the sect master's legacy and was the #1 genius of the Yen Emperor sect. While waiting for Yen Yeyu, the disciples were also talking about how beautiful and powerful the senior sister was. Oh, this is the Lin Ling that Elder Chen recommended? Someone suddenly looked at Lin Ling. One had to know that the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect were divided into ranks. The lowest rank was the mountain guarding disciple, followed by the outer mountain disciple and inner mountain disciple. Lin Ling was an inner mountain disciple. This kind of disciple didn't have to do anything. Many people were jealous. However, when Lin Ling first entered the Yen Emperor sect, he was indeed a little powerful. However, after that he was only a flash in the pan. Hence, many people were unhappy with him. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Ling smiled. This is how you greet your senior brother? Do you have any luggage? Who would have thought that the senior brother would shout coldly and send a heavy slap toward him? Because, although Lin Ling called him senior brother, he didn't seem to treat him as a senior brother. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. This guy was too arrogant. Then, when he saw the slap coming, Lin Ling did not do anything. He stretched out one hand and easily received the slap. You're courting death. The senior brother felt humiliated. Flames immediately rose from his arm, wanting to burn Lin Ling's hand. But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded, "Stop!" Subsequently, a few figures walked over. The woman in the lead was not tall, but she had an exquisite figure. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she looked valiant and formidable. After she arrived, a powerful aura spread out. Seeing this, the senior brother's expression changed and he hurriedly retracted the flames. However, Lin Ling was still holding his arm. "You stop as well. If it weren't for me, you would have been burned by his flames." The ponytailed woman frowned again and looked sternly at Lin Ling. Because, when the senior brother saw that she had arrived, he immediately retracted his arrogance. However, Lin Ling did not stop. He did not know how to appreciate favors. The true path of fire is not enough to activate flames. Only those who have comprehended the path of fire can truly display the power of the path of fire. Lin Ling said calmly. Because, although the senior brother's talent was not bad, he did not have the ultimate path of fire. He was also someone who had talent but could not use it. Therefore, his flames could not burn Lin Ling's god-demon body at all. However, Lin Ling was speaking the truth. When his words fell into the ears of the people around him, they immediately gasped. Because Lin Ling had actually spoken to the eldest senior sister in such a tone. Most importantly, Lin Ling was someone who only had brute force but no spiritual energy. He was dead meat. This trash was dead meat. That was what all the disciples were thinking. However, the woman only glanced at Lin Ling indifferently, then waved her hand domineeringly. "Be on your way." She did not make things difficult for Lin Ling. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling was too weak, or perhaps it was because she was the eldest senior sister. In any case, she did not blame Lin Ling. This time, the surrounding disciples' jaws dropped. Of course, they could also see that the eldest senior sister was a little angry, and the fuse was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, she is the sect leader's daughter, Yen Yeyu. Hurry! At this time, Yang Xiaoyan hurried over and reminded him with a pale face. Lin Ling could not help but be stunned. He did not care before because he did not know the other party's identity. "Why aren't you letting go of my hand? Hurry!" As for the senior brother who had attacked, he was furious. Lin Ling was still holding his hand while he was in a daze. Most importantly, he could not break free. "Sorry," Lin Ling replied lazily. With a wave of his hand, the senior brother staggered back, embarrassed even more. And Lin Ling's apology didn't seem to be sincere. "What are you all doing? If the time is delayed, you can bear the consequences." At this time, Yen Yiyu's voice was heard again. She seemed even more dissatisfied. "Yes, eldest senior sister. Yes." None of the disciples dared to be negligent, but their hatred for Lin Ling grew. Lin Ling did not know what was good for him and caused the eldest senior sister to be angry, but she vented her anger on everyone. They were obviously implicated by Lin Ling. Along the way, none of the disciples looked at Lin Ling kindly. Even Yen Yiyu was the same. Although she was the sect leader's daughter, she was not unruly and did things methodically. That was why she did not blame Lin Ling. Regarding this, Lin Ling was completely speechless. He had been cultivating in the Yen Emperor sect for 3 reasons. First, he was waiting for a breakthrough. Second, he wanted to see the secrets of the Yen Emperor sect. Third, he wanted to find a way out. He did not intend to provoke anyone, but who knew that things would change. Not only had he angered the disciples, but he had also angered the sect leader's daughter. Lin Ling, eldest senior sister, is very dissatisfied with you. Even Yang Xiaotian could see the atmosphere. "I know." Lin Ling was even more depressed. He hoped that nothing bad would happen. However, his depressed look made Yang Xiaotian speechless. She saw that Lin Ling did not seem to be anxious at all. Instead, he looked indifferent. This flame world is full of fire-based martial artists, but their talents are not weak. Lin Ling thought to himself as he followed the crowd. There were many people in the Yen Emperor sect who were more talented than him. They had awakened divine bodies above 5th grade. However, in terms of martial arts experience and knowledge, they were far inferior. "Wait, are we going this way?" After walking for a day, vast mountains appeared in front of them. The temperature had also quietly increased. At this time, a voice came from the group. It was Lin Ling's voice. Just follow obediently. What are you talking about? The disciples immediately reprimanded him. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to look at Yen Yefan. Although Yen Yeyu was dissatisfied with Lin Ling, she still had the demeanor of an eldest senior sister. She said indifferently, "This is the closest path to the Meiyu sect. The sooner we complete the mission, the better we can go back. There seems to be something wrong with this path." However, Lin Ling still spoke. Chapter 26:10. The Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Something's wrong? Yen Yeyu couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how many times our Flame Emperor sect has traded with Meiyu sect? If you can answer, then I'll do as you say. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He really didn't know. Newbie, our Flame Emperor sect has traded with Meiyu sect hundreds of times. Don't pretend to know. Stop being so mysterious. Even if something happens, just run away obediently. We'll protect you. The other disciples immediately mocked him. The two sects had traded with each other hundreds of times. This meant that the Flame Emperor sect had walked this path hundreds of times and had always been safe. Therefore, no one would believe Lin Ling's words. They all thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense. Let's go. Yen Yeyu was even more so. Everyone walked along the canyon, talking and laughing. But at the back of the group, Lin Ling frowned. This was because his soul force sensed several powerful auras shooting towards them from the front. These people were very fast and their strength was around the 5th level of the World King realm. They weren't people that the group could resist. Of course, if they were friends, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if they were enemies, then it would be troublesome. Yen Yeyu was indeed the eldest senior sister. In just a moment, she also sensed that something was wrong and immediately ordered the group to stop. Almost at the same time, a huge net of fire appeared in the sky above the canyon, sealing the canyon tightly. Several figures wearing black robes walked over step by step. Their eyes were filled with ominous glints. Who are you? Yen Yeyu couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. However, those people didn't say much. They took a step forward and shot over. A huge amount of world essence accompanied by flames shot out. This kind of attack would directly take a person's life. Yen Yeyu's expression instantly changed. The disciples behind her also narrowed their eyes. Previously, Lin Ling had said that there was something wrong with this path. At that time, they thought that this was a path that they often walked, so they didn't think that anything would happen. In the end, something did happen. They thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense, but Lin Ling's fart became reality. Bang! The mysterious black-robed men were merciless. Fire snakes shot out from their palms, wrapping around the Yen Emperor sect's disciples. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious. A 5th-stage world king is not someone we can contend with. Leave the canyon immediately. Yen Yeyu immediately let out a delicate shout when she sensed how terrifying the newcomer was. Her entire body also blossomed with blue flames, which was extremely extraordinary. Retreat. Those disciples who were chatting and laughing earlier, at this moment, wished they could grow another pair of legs and leave this place. But even so, a few of them died one after another. The most ironic thing was that before they came, they had vowed that if anything happened, they would protect him. But now, they were running away faster than anyone else. Exterminate them all. Seeing the disciples trying to escape, those mysterious black-robed figures became even more ruthless. Boom, boom. Within the canyon, explosions continued to ring out. Flames surged into the sky, turning the canyon into a volcano. However, Yen Yeyu had blocked a large number of experts. This allowed many disciples to escape from the canyon. Moreover, they did not even look back. They immediately ran towards the Yen Emperor sect. Eldest senior sister had been abandoned by them at this moment. Yang Xiaotian and the remaining disciples did not escape because the fire net in the sky had already enveloped them, sealing off their escape route. Previously, a few disciples had tried to rush out of the fire net, but in the end, they were cut into pieces and died miserably. With their escape route sealed, it was obvious that they would not be able to escape. Of course, Yen Yeyu was in the most danger because she had blocked the most of the mysterious black-robed men. Her talent was not weak, but unfortunately, her cultivation level was too low. It was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Plum Moon Flaming Flames. Yen Yeyu let out a cry of surprise after exchanging a palm strike with an expert. You guessed right. The other party was an old man. His face was cold as he nodded. You are from the Plum Moon sect? Yen Yeyu seemed to have guessed something. There's no harm in telling you. We are indeed from the Plum Moon sect. I know that you want to tell the Yen Emperor sect, but unfortunately, only death awaits you. The other party nodded. The 6 of them surrounded Yen Yeyu. White flames formed circles and enveloped her. At this moment, Yen Yeyu was unable to escape. Moreover, she had suffered serious injuries from the repeated blows. She fell to the ground. Of course, what surprised her the most was that the Plum Moon sect dared to attack the Yen Emperor sect. At this moment, there were 10,000 questions in her heart. Go to hell. Unfortunately, the cold and emotionless voice had already arrived. A flaming palm with white flames was about to kill her. I hate it. The Plum Moon sect violated the agreement and attacked first. I hate that I can't tell my father. Yen Yeyu already knew her fate. She closed her eyes, unwilling to accept it. However, just as she thought that she was going to die, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, a stream of hot blood spilled on her face. This blood was very hot, but she was sure that it was not her blood. Puzzled, she couldn't help but open her eyes. However, the scene in front of her left her dumbfounded. He saw a young man standing in front of him. He was still in a punching posture, but his fist had directly penetrated the chest of a mysterious black-robed man. Moreover, the mysterious black-robed man who died with his eyes wide open had his right arm severed. It seemed to have been broken by a single punch. This meant that if that arm had not been broken, the previous attack would have hit Yen Yeyu and she would have died. What happened? Yen Yeyu sat there in shock. She also realized that this young man, who was like a heavenly soldier, was actually Lin Ling. She never thought that this disciple, who had shocked the entire Yen Emperor sect when he first entered, and who was later thought to be Elder Chen's mistake, would be so terrifying. Brat, you killed the elder? At this moment, an angry roar could be heard. The remaining mysterious men in black regained their senses and pounced on Lin Ling. They were also furious. Because of a simple mission, they had caused the death of an elder. How were they going to report when they returned? One by one, they unleashed the Meiyu sect's sect guarding martial arts. Moonfire shot out, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Be careful! Yen Yeyu could not help but scream. She knew very well that this was the Meiyu sect's secret martial art, which was also the martial art that made them famous. Lin Ling run. On the other side, Yang Xiaotian also discovered Lin Ling in the flame circle. She was shocked and then anxiously shouted, "Go back!" However, in the face of such a terrifying secret martial art, Lin Ling stood still. His godly devil body exploded with a powerful aura. He did not use any martial arts, but his fist was like a meteor as it blasted out. On one side was the fist of a mortal, and on the other side was a flame attack. At this moment, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Chapter 26:11. Annihilation. Boom. The fists collided with the terrifying flames and sparks flew everywhere. Then, a figure staggered out from the colorful flames. He took more than 10 steps back before he finally stabilized himself. He looked extremely pathetic. And he was Lin Ling. Facing the combined attack of so many people, he would definitely be unable to resist. After all, he was only relying on his godly demon body to fight. However, when the crowd saw this scene, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was because they guessed that under the combined attack, the young man would be directly smashed into pieces and not even his bones would be left. But now, the young man was only retreating. This was too terrifying. Even Yen Yeyu covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. Her eyes were wide open. The Meiyu sect's ultimate technique was broken just like that? At this moment, Lin Ling flung the flames on his fists away. He licked his lips and said, "When a tiger goes down to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. When a dragon is trapped in the shallows, fish and shrimps will play. You guys worked together before, now it's my turn." His voice was calm, but when it landed in the hearts of the mysterious black-robed men, it was like a demon's smile. At this moment, their bodies actually trembled. However, Lin Ling did not care so much. He had already shot forward. If not for the fact that he was about to break through to the next realm, these guys could be killed with just a finger. But now, that was all they could do. Rumble. The terrifying fist didn't release any spiritual energy, but it blasted through the air, smashing over with devastating force. Bang. One of them was still in shock, but the fist directly pierced through his chest. Seeing this, the remaining black-robed men were shocked. What happened? He did not even release a wisp of flame and did not release any spiritual energy. How is he so strong? Who is he? The black-robed men were all terrified. This was because in the flame world, the fire element was the only martial art. It was also the most powerful technique in the world. But now, a mysterious young man had used his fists to kill two powerhouses consecutively. This broke their understanding. Bang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling attacked again. Plum Moon Wheel. His opponent was the last remaining elder. He let out a roar, and the flames in his hands turned into a round wheel that he slapped out. His talent was not weak either. He had a rank 8 awakened divine body. If he was in the Resplendent Academy, even Lin Ling would have to treat him seriously. Yet in the Flame World fragment, this elder's talent was not bad, but he did not have the ultimate fire path. Boom! A fist rushed out of the circular fire wheel, and the fire wheel immediately exploded. Moreover, the fist easily penetrated the elder's chest. Elder May. The others were originally happy, thinking that there would be a miracle. However, the result made them feel like their hearts were dead. They no longer had any will to fight. And under their shocked gazes, Lin Ling had actually absorbed all of the flames that the elder had released. Even Yen Yeyu let out a frightened cry. In her heart, that young man was simply not human. The remaining black-robed men didn't care about anything else. With a loud roar, they quickly withdrew from the canyon. They never thought that the canyon would be a good place to ambush someone. However, they were the ones who were ambushed. It's too late to escape now. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not a greenhorn. Naturally, he knew that he had to eliminate the source of the problem. He took a step, and the ground shook as if a demon god had descended. Lin Ling caught up to a black-robed man and grabbed his head. With a bang, his head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He was as fragile as a watermelon. Lin Ling threw away the corpse in his hand, sneered, and caught up to another person. Bang! With a sweep of his leg, the second person who was running away was kicked in the waist. He died extremely miserably. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoyan and the rest turned pale. This scene was bloody and cruel to them. However, to Lin Ling, this was a common occurrence. He had already killed countless people since he started practicing martial arts. There was no psychological pressure at all. This was because if he had been merciful, he would have died countless times already. In just a short time, the black-robed men were completely annihilated. The canyon was filled with the smell of blood. Yen Yeyu and the rest could only stare at Lin Ling. There was only one sentence in their hearts. A white rainbow piercing the sun, an eagle striking the sky. Lin Ling took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off his hands. He was a little depressed. If it were not for the fact that his strength had not recovered, he would not have used such a crude method. He would have ended these guys easily with a sword or a flame. "Alright, what are you all looking at me for?" Finally, Lin Ling spoke. The people in the canyon subconsciously felt their hearts skip a beat and their faces turned pale. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. "You are also martial artists. If you are not used to such a bloody scene, you will be killed by others in the future." We know." Yang Xiaotian replied immediately. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could do it was another. Because only martial artists who had experienced blood and killing could get used to such a scene. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? What is your motive for entering our Yen Emperor sect? Yen Yeyu asked as she stared at Lin Ling after recovering from her shock. Lin Ling also looked at her and shook his head. Who I am is not important. What is important is that something big is going to happen in your Yen Emperor sect. His eyes were very calm, which made Yen Yeyu's heart tremble. His eyes were deep and calm, giving her the feeling that even if the sky fell, he would not be moved. This was a man with a story. Then she thought of Lin Ling's words and said in shock, "Don't talk nonsense." Hee, sect leader's daughter, you know in your heart whether I am talking nonsense or not. You just don't want to admit it. Lin Ling sneered. In the flame world, the three great sects dominate everything. It has always been peaceful. But today, the Meiyu sect attacked the Yen Emperor sect. Are they fools? You might say that this was an accident, but I can tell you that your father and the other two sect leaders came from another world. They were just trapped here. Although they lived in peace at the beginning, after knowing that they would never be able to leave, they will definitely have different thoughts. For example, they will get rid of the other people and dominate this world. Through everything he knew, Lin Ling already had a guess in his heart. Then what should we do? Yen Yeyu was also naturally intelligent, so she guessed what was going on. Very simple. I will help you solve this problem. As a reward, you will bring me to the most secret place in the Yen Emperor sect. Lin Ling said, Why should I believe you? Yen Yeyu immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was also a person with evil intentions. You have no choice. Chapter 26:12. The Yen Emperor sect has betrayed us. If you don't lie to me, I'll agree. But if you lie to me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. She really had no choice. Moreover, she was worried about her father and the Yen Emperor sect. In fact, she didn't know if her father was from the flame world, but she was born in the flame world. She had strong feelings for this place. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked back slowly. On the other hand, Lin Ling's footsteps were calm and composed, as if he was the most powerful being in the world. Yang Xiaotian and the others felt like they were in a dream. They thought that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. The group immediately went back to the Yen Emperor sect. Along the way, although Yen Yeyu was cooperating with Lin Ling, he was still afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. If he really wanted to harm Yen Yeyu, he could have done it directly. Why would he go through so much trouble? Who are you? Yen Yeyu couldn't help but ask. Even Yang Xiaoan was curious about Lin Ling. A passerby, or rather, a person who is rushing home. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said meaningfully, A passerby. Yen Yeyu muttered to himself. However, Yang Xiaotian suddenly believed in Lin Ling. She remembered the first time she saw Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was unconscious beside the furious Tiger River. Lin Ling seemed to be a lost passerby who was rushing home. Senior sister, I believe he won't harm us. Yang Xiaotian said to Yen Yeyu. Yen Yeyu shook his head and didn't say anything. Along the way, they were shocked to find that many Yen Emperor sect disciples were fighting with each other. This made Yen Yeyu even more surprised. However, Lin Ling sneered. The more chaotic the Yen Emperor sect was, the better it was for him. What kind of secret is the Yen Emperor sect hiding? How could it cause such chaos? Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu was silent at the start, but she knew she had to rely on Lin Ling, so she spoke. The flame wheel is said to be the core of Flame World. That is a mysterious place. It is said that even my father could not see through the secrets of the flame wheel. However, as long as one is near the flame wheel, one's cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Looks like this is the reason why the other two sects are eyeing us covetously. Lin Ling somewhat understood. In the past, the three great sects did not interfere with each other, but that was only on the surface. The Yen Emperor sect possessed the greatest secret of the flame world, and the other two great sects had long been eyeing it. However, the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader was the strongest, and they did not dare to act rashly. And now, they seemed to have found an opportunity. This was because Lin Ling had been cultivating in the Yen Emperor sect for a period of time. He knew that the sect leader had been cultivating in seclusion. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to take advantage of the sect leader's seclusion. There are external enemies and internal strife in the Yen Emperor sect. Looks like this plan has been prepared for a long time. Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance as the Yen Emperor sect got closer and closer. There, flames soared into the sky as if the clouds were on fire. From time to time, earth-shattering roars could be heard. What should we do? What should we do? Yen Yeyu had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, she was even more panicked. That's why it's not good to be in an environment that is too comfortable sometimes. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. There would never be a comfortable environment in the resplendent academy. Even if you were already very strong, your junior brothers would still secretly want to surpass you or even step on your head. The Yen Emperor sect did not have such an intense competitive atmosphere. Indeed, it was much worse. This caused the cultivators here to be slow to react to sudden events. Don't gloat. Lin Ling's tone was as if this matter did not concern him, which made Yen Yeyu very unhappy. Hee, putting on airs as the eldest senior sister? It's useless to be arrogant in front of me. It won't change anything. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. His words were very harsh, causing Yen Yeyu to grit her teeth. Even Yang Xiaotian felt that Lin Ling was a little too much. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling was just using this opportunity to let them grow up. You're not convinced? Fine. Then tell me, who is the one who led this internal strife in the Yen Emperor sect? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Yen Yeyu's eyes narrowed. She could not answer. So, you're just a little girl in front of me. You're really not convinced? Now think about it, other than your father and you, who has the greatest authority in the Yen Emperor sect? Lin Ling asked. Could it be senior brother? Senior brother? Yen Yeyu's eyes lit up. Her senior brother was the first disciple her father had recruited in the flame world. Unfortunately, his talent was average and could not be considered a genius. However, her father cherished old friendships and had always focused on nurturing him. This caused her senior brother to have a lot of authority in the Yen Emperor sect. But why did he betray the Yen Emperor sect? I treated him like an elder brother. Yen Yeyu could not understand. You're the #1 genius in the Yen Emperor sect and also the eldest senior sister. All the disciples worship you, but they only respect him, not worship him. This means that he relied on his status and not his strength. It's a disgrace for a man to be inferior to a woman. Over time, in order to become stronger, he would definitely do something to betray her. Lin Ling muttered. He had heard a little about the eldest senior brother. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu's face turned pale. She could not accept this fact. Seeing this, Lin Ling did not say anything and continued to lead the group forward. Who is it? Yes. After an unknown period of time, an angry shout came from the front. It's me, Yen Yeyu. Yes. Yen Yeyu immediately replied. However, the other side was silent, as if they were surprised. Then a voice sounded, Eldest senior sister, aren't you going to trade? If the trade is not completed, you can't return to the Yen Emperor sect. Yes. Soon, more than 10 figures came from afar. There were 3 elders leading more than 10 disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. These people are obviously not your father's men. You should know what to do. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling said coldly. Those people wanted to chase Yen Yeyu away because they did not want her to ruin their business. Yen Yeyu also understood the meaning behind this, but she still frowned and said, Elder Wu, Elder Lu, I want to return to the Yen Emperor sect. Get out of my way immediately. Moreover, I can pretend that this never happened. Yes. What are you talking about? Yes. Among the crowd in front, an elder walked over. I already know that the Yen Emperor sect has betrayed us. Now, I want to return immediately. Don't stop me. Yen Yeyu said again. However, just as she finished speaking, the elder who was frowning a moment ago had a fierce look in his eyes. He took a step forward and grabbed Yen Yeyu with his big hand. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of Yen Yeyu's carelessness to catch her instantly. Yen Yeyu did not expect that the other party would suddenly make a move. She had wanted to persuade these people to change their minds. Unfortunately, she seemed to have underestimated the human heart. We know that something has happened. Moreover, we are the ones who caused it. Eldest miss, please excuse us. The elder sneered. However, just as his big hand was about to grab Yenyeyu, a slap suddenly came over like a violent storm. Bang! Chapter 26:13. Run forward, don't look back. The people in the distance were stunned. Only then did they realize it was a handsome young man. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your sect's internal strife. However, I have reached an agreement with your sect leader's daughter. Therefore, I have to help her. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He's Lin Ling, who was recommended by Elder Chen. Is he that powerful? The people in the distance were still in a daze, especially the two remaining elders. They felt like they were dreaming, because in their hearts, Lin Ling was just a disciple. Moreover, this disciple gave them the impression that he was lazy, aloof, and unambitious. Because of this, they didn't care much about this disciple. However, this lazy disciple had killed an elder. Next, I'm sorry, because you two elders are going to die. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling smiled. Accompanied by that cold smile, Lin Ling attacked. His god-demon body erupted. His fists were like meteors, and he was like a war giant. You dare to kill your master? The two elders exclaimed. Master? You're not as strong as me. Are you qualified to be my master? Moreover, a person who betrayed his own sect doesn't seem to be qualified to say that. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. In 2 punches, the chests of the 2 elders were penetrated. Lin Ling shook off the blood on his arm and looked at Yenyeyu indifferently. I'll leave the rest to you. Me. Yenyeyu opened her mouth wide. She knew that these people had betrayed the Yen Emperor sect. However, the naive her still thought that they would change their minds. Now, she wanted to kill her own people? Didn't the previous incident make you smarter? Lin Ling asked again. Hearing this, Yenyeyu's eyes finally turned cold. The elder had suddenly attacked her, and this had taught her a lesson. Kill. Yenyeyu's eyes flashed coldly. The remaining people were all disciples. Naturally, they weren't her match. Eldest senior sister, spare us. We were forced to do this. Those junior brothers all shouted in fear, causing Yenyeyu to almost go easy on them. If you want to take over the Yen Emperor sect for your father, there are some things that you have to face. If you want to be a good person, then you shouldn't practice martial arts. You should find someone to marry. That's the way out. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated over. Boom, boom. In the end, Yenyeyu killed those disciples. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Thank you. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was a demon, but she gradually understood that Lin Ling used this matter to make her grow up. He made her understand clearly that if she wanted to protect everything, her hands had to be stained with blood. Although this was difficult to accept, if she wanted to be independent, she had to bear all of this. You might not be used to it at first, but you'll get used to it slowly. Remember, if you become weak, what can those who rely on you do? Lin Ling shook his head and walked slowly towards the Yen Emperor sect's mountain gate. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Yenyeyu's eyes flickered. That lonely back gave her the feeling that he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What kind of man is this? At this moment, Yenyeyu worshipped Lin Ling even more. Behind her, Yang Shan and the rest were stunned. However, they seemed to have grown up quietly. At this moment, on the stairs leading to the Yen Emperor sect, there were corpses everywhere. Moreover, there were flames burning on the ground. Damn it, that's Elder Fu. He spent his whole life working hard for the Yen Emperor sect. He's dead. Grandma Hu, it's me, Shaon. Answer me. Junior brother Yang. Looking at those dead people, Yenyeyu's eyes turned red. Yang Xiaodian and the rest even cried because those who died were their friends. They had left them with countless smiles. Suddenly, they understood even more why Lin Ling had asked them to be heartless earlier. There are more people who don't want to die. You'd better hurry up. Also, such a big thing has happened. Is your father still not coming out? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over from the stairs. My father is in seclusion in the flame wheel. Other than me, no one can inform him. Therefore, he definitely doesn't know about this. Yen Yeyu raised her head and said. Lin Ling nodded and said, no wonder they didn't want you to come back. So that's why. Go inform your father immediately and quell the rebellion. Okay. Yen Yeyu nodded immediately and rushed up the stairs with Lin Ling and the rest. However, when they rushed up, they immediately realized that the Yen Emperor sect was even more chaotic. There were battles everywhere. The arrival of Lin Ling and the others immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some people were overjoyed while others were enraged. Damn it. Shouldn't Yen Yeyu have died on the way? A tall, calm-looking man frowned and said. He had a square face. Even though he was furious at this moment, he didn't give off a dignified aura. When he smiled, he looked even more approachable. He was the eldest senior brother of the Yen Emperor sect, Jiang Gaofei. He was also the first disciple of the sect leader. His seniority wasn't low. However, this approachable eldest senior brother was the mastermind of the rebellion. Moreover, he had planned for a few years for today's matter and bought over a lot of people's hearts. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Kill her. Soon, Jiang Gaofei shouted angrily. This was because if Yen Yeyu woke up the sect leader, things would be troublesome. After he finished speaking, he was the first to pounce on Yen Yeyu. Moreover, after he made his move, a few elders also attacked crazily. Xiao Yu, be careful. On the other side, Elder Qin and the rest who were still fighting against the traitors shouted. Stop them. They wanted to help, but even more people stopped them. Obviously, the traitors knew that Yen Yeyu was the key. If she was alive, all the traitors would be buried with her. For their lives, they were willing to risk it all. When a person risked his life, his combat strength could be stimulated to 30%. This caused Elder Chen and the rest to be unable to free themselves. Yen Yeyu was stunned. In front of her, the sky was covered in flames. The aura was so terrifying that she didn't know what to do. This wasn't because she was useless. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a terrifying attack. Why are you in a daze? Go and tell your father. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the side. It was Lin Ling. But how do I get there? Yen Yeyu replied immediately. Run forward. Don't look back. Remember, keep running. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. There were too many people attacking him. It was difficult for him to fend them off. However, at this moment, he didn't have any other choice. Yen Yeyu's eyes widened. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words. Hurry up and run. Don't be so wishy-washy. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Yen Yeyu finally ran away. Moreover, she was running towards the huge amount of flames in front of her. It seemed like she was courting death. Xiao Yu, eldest miss. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't wait to become stronger so that they could protect eldest Mississippi. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling made his move. Chapter 26:14. The sect leader had come out of seclusion. At this moment, he finally drew his sword. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the tyrannical song sword, he could still increase Lin Ling's strength by a lot. The sword was drawn like an Azura. Boom! A sword light flashed and a huge sword pillar slashed out horizontally, splitting the flaming clouds in front of them into two, forming a terrifying explosion. Of course, those exploding flames also engulfed Lin Ling and Yen Yeyu at the same time. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? Is little Yu dead? Elder Chen's eyes also turned red. But at this moment, a figure rushed out from the remaining flames and ran forward without looking back. It was Yen Yeyu. She was fine. What? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was in disbelief. Kill. Jiang Gaofei's eyes turned red as he roared. This made the traitors extremely anxious as they unleashed their ultimate techniques to engulf Yen Yeyu. Because their life and death depended on this moment. But at this moment, the sword light flashed. All of the flames were blocked, and they actually could not touch a single hair of flaming leaf feather. In the flames, a man stood there as if he had been reborn. His slender body was infinitely taller, causing everyone to stop breathing. A sword was tightly gripped in his hand. One man and one sword, guarding Yen Yeyu as if he was guarding the flame world. This terrifying scene made the crowd wonder if this was the descent of the flame god? Who is this person? Kill him immediately. Kill. The panic on Jiang Gaofei's face grew. It was because of this person that Yen Yeyu was safe and sound. So, the first thing to do was to kill him. It's him. Kill. Only Elder Chen saw clearly who the handsome man was. It was Lin Ling, whom he had personally recommended. After Lin Ling had been recommended by him, the entire Yen Emperor sect had been against it. However, he had supported Lin Ling wholeheartedly and endured the mockery and opposition of the elders. Now, everything he had done was worth it. He didn't misjudge him. Today, the person who had saved the Yen Emperor sect was Lin Ling, whom he valued highly. At this moment, his eyes also became moist. Bang bang bang. However, even more flames landed on Lin Ling's body as if they wanted to burn him alive. An ant can kill an elephant. Lin Ling was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still cold. Moreover, he didn't take a single step back and blocked all the wind and rain. At that moment, the boundary spirit in his body grew frantically, transforming into the boundary river. Lin Ling. At the moment, Yen Yeyu was still running. However, she could sense that the man protecting her was currently facing a terrifying attack. She finally knew why Lin Ling told her to keep running. It was because Lin Ling would protect her. She only needed to imagine Lin Ling. Don't look back. As her tears fell, a weak voice entered her ears. It was Lin Ling's voice. I'm sorry I wronged you. Yen Yeyu gritted her teeth and stubbornly ran towards the direction of Yanlun. She knew that if she delayed any longer, Lin Ling would die. She had to inform her father immediately. She was the only one in the entire Yen Emperor sect who knew where Yanlun was. Only with the key could she get close to Yanlun. Bastard, who is that bastard? Why is his defense so strong? Burn him. Seeing that his plan had failed, Jiang Gaofei let out a ferocious roar. He had never expected that the plan he had prepared for so many years would be ruined by a single person. Most importantly, he didn't know that person at all. He also didn't know when such an expert had appeared in the Yen Emperor sect. The others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They unleashed all their strength and attacked Lin Ling. A huge blazing sun appeared in the vast square and engulfed Lin Ling. Lin Ling! Elder Chen shouted crazily. Thinking of the past youth, his heart was filled with guilt. Lin Ling! Yang Xiaoyan's eyes were also filled with tears. She also didn't expect that the person who saved the Yen Emperor sect today was the drunkard she had unintentionally saved. The terrifying blazing sun exploded completely. It was earth-shattering, and a bottomless hole was created in the square. This made many people shake their heads. This time, Lin Ling should be dead. At this moment, the temperature in the distance suddenly rose. It even caused the ground to melt. Sect leader has come out of seclusion. Sensing the terrifying aura, Elder Chen and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. Sure enough, a dazzling flame shot over from afar like a meteor. After it landed on the ground, it actually caused the surrounding houses to melt. After that, a man whose entire body was covered in flames appeared on the ground. He stood there quietly, seemingly causing even the air to melt. This was the sect leader's innate talent, the divine physique heavenly origin flash flame. The divine physique was an existence that surpassed the awakened divine physique. The only characteristic of this innate talent was its temperature. The terrifying temperature could reach 10,000 degrees, 100,000 degrees, or even 1,000,000 degrees. Warriors wouldn't even be able to get close to him, let alone fight with him. This was the most ancient warrior of the flame world, and also one of the 3 great kings of the flame world, Yen Shan King. In the flame world, he was the strongest. His innate talent was so strong that even Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. In reality, in terms of ultimate flame Dao, he wasn't stronger than Lin Ling. However, he had cultivated in the flame world fragment for many years and had the advantage of time and place. That was why his innate talent surpassed Lin Ling. His arrival caused the entire square to fall silent. Father! Yen Yeyu rushed over from behind, his eyes filled with tears. I know. The dazzling light gradually disappeared, and finally, it turned into a burly man. He had a square face, and his hands were behind his back. Master. Master. Seeing the man, Jiang Gaofei's face turned pale. He was very dispirited. No matter what ambition he had, when he saw his master again, he subconsciously lost all thoughts of resistance. Kneel down. Yen Shanking's eyes were extremely cold. Then he roared, Master, listen to my explanation. Jiang Gaofei was even more frightened and hurriedly shouted, You don't have to explain. Just take it that I have misjudged you. Yen Shanking roared. He glanced at all the traders and said again, All of you, kneel down. Following his voice, an unparalleled majesty spread out. Putong. All the traders knelt down, including Jiang Gaofei. At this moment, they had obviously failed and didn't control the Flame Emperor sect. Sect Master. Elder Chen and the rest hurriedly bowed, and Yen Shanking nodded. Lin Ling, where is Lin Ling? At this moment, Yen Yuyu's anxious voice sounded, and he looked at Elder Chen and the rest. Elder Chen and the rest instantly became gloomy. They didn't answer Yen Yuyu's words, but looked at the huge pit in the middle of the square. At this moment, Yen Yuyu seemed to have guessed something. She seemed to have been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was dead. Chapter 26:15. The Secret of the Flaming Wheel. Run forward, don't look back. The young man's firm voice resounded in her mind. Unfortunately, it was his last words. She felt as if she had lost all her strength. She walked towards the pit and knelt down. Lin Ling, I did it. I didn't look back. I grew up. Come if. She let out a heart-wrenching voice. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest shed tears. They knew that if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to escape today. That mysterious young man had saved the entire Yen Emperor sect today. What happened? Yen Shan Emperor frowned and asked. However, Yen Yiyu was already sobbing. He looked at the rest and Yang Xiaodian and the rest told him everything, including the fact that Lin Ling had allowed them to grow and helped them take charge of their own affairs, and so on. Boom. After knowing what had happened, Yen Shan Emperor's heart was pounding. His face was filled with guilt. As the sect leader, he didn't know anything about the calamity that befell the Yen Emperor sect. Instead, the one who saved the Yen Emperor sect was a stranger. In order to save his daughter, the young man blocked the attacks of all the traders and sacrificed himself to save her. What kind of noble sentiment was this? For a moment, the entire Yen Emperor sect was silent. Everyone remembered the name Lin Ling. However, the Lin Ling in their hearts didn't die. Instead, he was running towards the flaming wheel. Those guys are really ruthless. He quickly crossed the ground and said gloomily, because his goal was the flaming wheel. Hence, after Yen Shan Emperor left the flaming wheel, he secretly rushed towards the mysterious place. He couldn't guarantee that Yen Shan Emperor wouldn't stop him after knowing his goal. Hence, this was the perfect opportunity. Of course, if he knew what had happened in the square, he would be speechless. Although he hadn't recovered his strength, those guys weren't qualified to kill him. If only those old fogies' attacks were a little stronger. I'll definitely enter the true God realm. In fact, Lin Ling even sensed that he was only one thickness away from the true God realm. Is the flame wheel here? Not long after, Lin Ling arrived in front of a cave. The cave was pitch black and looked extremely ordinary. If he had not sensed that Yen Shan Emperor came out from this cave, he would not have guessed that Yen Lun was here. After that, Lin Ling shot into the cave. The cave was very ordinary at first, but as they went deeper, flames began to appear on the ground, walls, and ceiling. What was surprising was that these flames were not hot, and they were extremely ancient. This seems to be the place where the infernal god and the fire god fought. Lin Ling was secretly excited. The flame world was shattered because of the battle between the two gods. But the flame world was very big. If he could find the place where the battle took place, it would be a fatal help to fire-type martial artists. Along the way, Lin Ling gradually discovered that there were quite a few caves in the surroundings. They were densely packed, and all of them were burning with flames, as if they were veins. and all the caves were gathered in a huge space. When Lin Ling arrived at the space, he was shocked to discover that it was no longer in the flame world fragment, but in the universal void. In the universal void, a huge heart was jumping. Every time it jumped, circles of flame wheels would appear. Most importantly, the heart was very big, as if it was the heart of a giant. Is this the heart of the infernal god? At this time, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ling was stunned, and then he laughed happily. The voice came from his body. It was Queen Qianji. I say, can you not be so surprised? You will scare me to death. Thinking about how Queen Qianji had protected him through the huge whirlpool, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. Che, you can scare me to death. Who knows how many people will die in the universal void? Queen Qianji laughed. Lin Ling shrugged and asked casually, when did you wake up? When those old guys attacked you, I woke up. Speaking of which, the elders of the Yen Emperor sect seem to think that you are dead. Queen Qianji replied. Who cares? Anyway, I have helped the Yen Emperor sect. It is reasonable for the Yen Emperor sect to repay my kindness. So, it is not a big deal to check out their forbidden area. Lin Ling said as he walked. When he arrived in front of the huge heart, the heart was still jumping, and flame wheels were still emitting from it. What is the secret of this flame wheel? Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why the evil flame wheel was so interested in the heart. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he did not find anything strange about it. Badump, badump. At this time, the heart was beating even faster. Lin Ling, be careful. Queen Qianji also noticed the change in the situation. I did not expect that someone would find the heart of the infernal god. At this time, a faint voice could be heard. Then, a fiery red light gathered in front of the heart and formed a fiery red figure. The figure's facial features could not be seen. It was covered in flames and looked very mysterious. True God Martial Spirit. At the same time, Lin Ling exclaimed. The fiery red figure was the martial artist's true God Martial soul, and it was extremely powerful. You are quite knowledgeable. The figure was surprised. He did not expect the young man in front of him to know his origin. So powerful. This true God Martial Spirit must have been an expert at the peak of the true God realm when he was alive. Lin Ling, be careful. If he wants to harm us, we will not be able to stop him. Queen Qianji sent a telepathic message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He suddenly realized that the man had nothing to do with the heart. He must have accidentally entered this place and was attracted by the heart. After that, he wanted to refine the heart. In fact, his guess was correct. Where are you from? Are you from the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace? The figure asked suddenly. 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was more familiar with the figure's origin. The figure came from the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. The 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace seemed to have a path that led to the flame world fragment. The 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace was a secret place that even Li Xiaoyao could not understand. It contained the secrets of the universe. If anyone could obtain it, they would be able to dominate the land of the 9 states. Speak. Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to be thinking about something, the figure immediately attacked violently. The moment he attacked, the entire void trembled. His strength was terrifying. This was only the strength of a true God Martial Spirit. If that person had a physical body, he would be able to combine his martial spirit with his physical body. His strength would be doubled. This kind of powerhouse was not someone that Lin Ling could resist at the moment. Lin Ling, run. Queen Qianji jumped out from Lin Ling's body and tried to stop the mysterious expert. Of course, it was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even Lin Ling did not expect that there would be such a powerful cultivator hidden within the wheel of flame. However, just as the powerful cultivator was about to grab Lin Ling, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A terrifying flame aura burst out from Lin Ling's body. Colorful flames burned and gradually formed a huge coffin. Chapter 26:16. The Man in the Flame Coffin. Most importantly, the flame coffin wasn't summoned by Lin Ling, but by itself. When the mysterious flame coffin appeared, not only Lin Ling, but even the mysterious expert's heart tightened. Everyone could sense an ancient aura emanating from the blazing coffin. Kakaka. At this moment, the coffin emitted a deafening sound. The lid of the coffin quietly opened, and a flaming arm covered in scales stretched out from the coffin. "Oh, wake up!" With just a single sentence, the void trembled. "What is this? Why is it that even I am trembling with fear? What is this?" That mysterious expert exclaimed. He had been practicing fire attribute martial arts for many years, and his strength was monstrous. Even the heart of the flame god was almost refined by him. But now, the coffin was also a fire attribute, but it gave him a feeling of worship. And this coffin came from that young man. What exactly did that young man do? However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him because he didn't know what had happened either. Die. Sensing that the situation was getting worse, the true divinity martial spirit made its move. Moreover, its target was Lin Ling. In his opinion, as long as he killed Lin Ling, this strange flame coffin would disappear. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. However, at this moment, the huge flaming coffin swam over and broke apart inch by inch. It actually turned into pieces of armor and enveloped Lin Ling. What is this? Lin Ling couldn't react in time. Of course, the true god martial spirit and Qianji Queen were the same. Qianji Queen subconsciously rushed toward Lin Ling, completely forgetting that she couldn't stop the mysterious flaming coffin. Boom. Unfortunately, a scorching flame suddenly exploded and blew the Thousand Fate Queen away. Those flames were not Lin Ling's flames, because Lin Ling's flames were not that powerful. Crackle. At the same time, the sound of burning flames also sounded, and it was as ear-piercing as thunder. Queen Qianji quickly regained control of her body. However, she saw that the place where Lin Ling was standing was still burning. She wondered how Lin Ling was doing. The true god martial spirit sensed that something was wrong. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only look at Queen Qianji. Killing one was still one. If something unexpected happened later, it would save him some trouble. However, just as he was about to move, a muffled sound was heard. The flames in front of him began to shrink, and gradually, a flaming coffin appeared. Most importantly, the lid of the coffin was slowly pushed open, and an arm covered in red scales silently stretched out. Moreover, as if the ancient flame demon had awakened, a man crawled out of the flame coffin. This man had long red hair like a sea urchin. His entire body was covered in red scales, and wisps of flames were lingering around him like smoke. Even the flames had turned into smoke. This showed how terrifying this man was. Most importantly, his face was Lin Ling's face. Queen Qianji and the true god martial spirit were stunned by this scene. In fact, they were scared out of their wits. "I'm back," the man said in a deep voice with a smile on his face. That smile gave people a sense of evilness. Moreover, the aura on his body was ancient as if he came from the ancient era. Say, Senior. The true god martial spirit was terrified. The man's aura was too terrifying. Although he was at the peak of the true god realm in the past, he was sure that the man was someone who had surpassed the true god realm. "I'm not called Senior. I'm called Evil Flame God." The man smiled gently as he looked at the true god martial spirit. Without any movement, he appeared in front of the true god martial spirit in an instant. His speed was definitely faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Spare my life." The true god martial spirit was trembling. He could not even speak properly. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation while he was refining the flame god's heart. "You can leave now." While he was still in shock, the evil-looking man suddenly laughed. "All right, thank you, Senior, for not killing me." The true god martial spirit seized the opportunity and hurriedly shot into the distance. His speed was also very fast. However, just as his martial spirit moved, an arm covered with scales grabbed him. Colorful flames burned at the same time, forming a huge coffin. It wanted to seal the true god martial spirit in the coffin. "Senior, didn't you say that I can leave now?" The true god martial spirit was panicking. He could not break free from the coffin's shackles. "You can leave now, but I didn't say that I won't kill you." However, The man's next sentence made the true god martial spirit feel that this ancient evil flame god was simply a temperamental existence. Of course, you and I have no enmity. I don't like to kill the innocent. If you didn't call me senior, I would have let you go. The true god martial spirit was terrified because he had called the man senior instead of Lord Evil Flame God. This meant that he was going to die. I'm not willing. The true god martial spirit shouted angrily. He was so close to getting the heart of the flame god. Unfortunately, an ordinary-looking young man came with an evil item, which ruined his plan. Boom! It was as if an ancient flame had exploded. The coffin completely covered the true god martial spirit. Then it exploded, and everything was burned to ashes. An ancient martial artist at the peak of the true god realm had fallen here. Far away, Queen Qianji covered her mouth. She could not believe what had just happened. Previously, the true god martial spirit was so domineering that it could dominate everything. That was the truth. The true god martial spirit not only dominated them, but also the entire flame world. However, after the evil-looking man appeared, the domineering existence was sealed in the coffin and burned to ashes. While she was still in shock, the man had already appeared in front of Queen Qianji. She was stunned. She had to admit that the man was very beautiful. His body was covered in red armor, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked like a real infernal god. However, he was the dark side of the infernal god, the evil flame god. If she did not feel that the evil flame god was temperamental, she might have been tempted by him. Little girl, you can leave now. The man smiled gently. You'll kill me? Queen Qianji did not move. The true god martial spirit was a good example. I hate smart women. You could have left, but I've changed my mind. The man shook his head. What was terrifying was that he wanted to kill Queen Qianji, but he could find some excuses to make her tremble in fear. However, he was so powerful that she could not do anything to him. You dare to kill her? However, just as the man was about to attack, a furious voice was heard. The man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes kept changing. Sometimes he looked evil. Sometimes he looked determined. It was as if he had a split personality. Chapter 26:17. Fight to protect. I definitely want to reach the top of Huanyu, but I can't kill the innocent. Another voice rang out. It was filled with determination, and it came from a man's body. Lin Ling. Queen Qianji could tell that it was Lin Ling's voice. Furthermore, evil infernal god? It had to be known that Lin Ling cultivated the demonic flame transformation. Could it be that his cultivation method had mutated, and he had given birth to his own soul? Foolish! The man roared. If you don't kill them all, how can you become a god? Trash doesn't have the right to live. You are the ignorant one. They are the motivation for me to become strong. Without them, where would I be today? I, Lin Ling, tell you no matter who you are, I am the owner of this body. No one can change my principles. Lin Ling's voice also came out crazily, with an unprecedented firmness. He rose from Gu Yen's sect and fought for the sake of protecting. This was his principle and his motivation to become strong. He would never slaughter his family and friends for the sake of becoming stronger, because those were not burdens, but forbidden areas in his heart that could not be violated. You don't have the right to talk about me. That man also roared angrily, his imposing manner extremely strong. Look at the top of your head and see what it is. Lin Ling's voice became hysterical, causing the man to look up. Above his head, a huge divine steel smashed down with a loud bang. Its terrifying aura was even more terrifying than the heart in the distance. The space-time steel. The man's eyes were filled with deep fear. He had just awakened and wanted to seize Lin Ling's body to revive himself in this world. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would have such an ancient artifact? Boom! The gigantic divine steel of time and space smashed down, causing the void to tremble and sparks to fly in all directions. You can deny my words, but you will understand in the future. The man let out a cry of indignation. In the end, he was smashed down by the space-time divine steel. From afar, he looked like a tombstone. On the other hand, Queen Qianji witnessed the shocking scene with her own eyes. She stood there blankly without saying a word for a long time. This area of space seemed to have fallen silent. Only the heart in the distance continued to beat, adding a strange atmosphere. "Linling, are you all right?" After some time, Queen Qianji finally reacted. She let out a worried voice. She had also guessed what had happened. It should be that the evil infernal god had awakened and wanted to take over Linling's body and consciousness. Unfortunately, Linling's tenacity exceeded the evil infernal god's expectations. Kakaka. At this moment, the space-time divine steel slowly floated up. A man covered in blood lifted the space-time divine steel. It was a ghastly sight. "You're Linling? Or the evil infernal god?" Queen Qianji's heart skipped a beat. "I'm Linling." The man originally had his head down, but at this moment, he slowly raised his head. His face was cold, but his eyes were firm. However, that pair of eyes no longer contained the madness and evil intent. It was Linling's gaze. Seeing this, Queen Qianji finally felt relieved. Linling lifted the space-time divine steel with both hands. He held the space-time divine steel with one hand and walked forward step by step. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from his body. Queen Qianji was stunned. She was a middle true immortal realm expert, but when she saw Linling, she felt that she could not fight him. That guy is the evil infernal god that was summoned by the evil flame change. No wonder it wanted to come here. The fire element spiritual energy here is dense enough for it to awaken. Linling said as he walked. He was very clear that there were two reasons why he could suppress the evil flame god. Firstly, the evil flame transformation was something he had cultivated. The evil flame transformation couldn't kill him, it could only seize his body and consciousness. Second, it was the space-time divine steel. However, that guy was not dead. It had just fallen into a deep sleep again. "You've broken through to the next realm." Queen Qianji sensed Linling's terrifying aura. "Yes." Linling nodded. Now that both of his Dantians had reached the first stage of True God realm, his strength was 3 times stronger than before. Of course, Linling was able to successfully break through to the next realm because he had been on the verge of breaking through for a long time. Second, the evil infernal god had taken over his body and given him some power. However, Queen Qianji could see that Linling's eyes were filled with anger. Obviously, if the evil infernal god had taken over his body, Linling would no longer be Linling. He would kill his family and friends just to become a god. Obviously, this had touched Linling's reverse scale. That guy won't be able to come out for now. With the space-time divine steel, he won't dare to be too arrogant. However, I know that he has been trying to take over my consciousness and change me. Linling kept the space-time divine steel and said coldly. The evil infernal god had been hiding in Linling's skill. It was like a ticking time bomb. However, Linling was confident that one day he would be able to take over the evil infernal god's consciousness. Heart of the infernal god. Then, Linling looked at the beating heart in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his face. He did not expect that after coming to the Wheel of Flames, he would be the final winner. Moreover, his strength had been restored and increased greatly. This made him want to roar at the sky. "The heart of the infernal god belongs to me." Linling moved and shot towards the heart that was floating in the void, gradually disappearing into it. Seeing this, Queen Qianji was happy for Linling. Linling had sacrificed so much, and now he was finally reaping the rewards. The mysterious heart was hanging in the sky and beating. Every time it beat, a wheel of flames would spread out. It was extremely mysterious. This ancient heart of the infernal god was actually one of the infernal god's hearts. It had divine power that could not be underestimated. Without the true god martial spirit, Linling would need a long time to refine it. However, the true god martial spirit was already 90% refined. Therefore, Linling took advantage of the situation and successfully refined it. At this moment, his second dantian exploded. The space-time flame was roaring. Moreover, the ancient heart was moving because of the flame. The flame wheel that came out of his heart had also turned into a myriad of colors at this moment. The heart of the infernal god seemed to have completely merged with the space-time flame. Kid, a man of great ambition does not care about trifles. I'm doing this for your own good. At this moment, the evil infernal god's voice sounded again. It actually entered the heart. I was born from the evil infernal transformation that you cultivated. I am you and you are me. Give me your consciousness and let us merge into one. A large amount of flames floated out from the heart and finally condensed into a figure. It was Lin Ling's figure. However, it was different from the real Lin Ling. It was more emotionless and cold. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the scene in his dantian. He shouted angrily. The space-time divine steel appeared in his right eye and swam towards his dantian. Finally, it fiercely suppressed the heart. Sooner or later, you will understand. Chapter 26:18. His strength had increased tremendously. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he had refined the infernal god's heart, it had turned into the infernal god's heart. Luckily, both the infernal god's heart and the infernal god's heart had merged with the space-time flames. Therefore, the space-time divine steel could suppress everything. As long as he did not use the heart of the infernal god would not be able to come out. I didn't expect my second dantian to condense a true god martial soul. Lin Ling exclaimed inwardly. True god realm cultivators possessed a true god martial soul, but not everyone could comprehend it. However, Lin Ling's flame Dao had it, and it was the heart of the infernal god. The heart of the infernal god is not to be underestimated. If I use it, I will be able to unleash a terrifying power. Lin Ling said. Not only had he broken through, but he had also discovered that his talent had reached the 9th grade awakened divine physique. Moreover, his ultimate flame Dao had reached the perfection stage of the true realm of Dao. This allowed Lin Ling to easily cultivate the 4th stage of the demonic flame change, heaven and earth change. This stage could be said to be the watershed of the demonic flame's 6 transformations. It raised one's cultivation by 1 whole true god realm and reached the speed of 4 realms. If Lin Ling used the heart of the infernal god, he did not know how strong he would be. At least, Lin Ling would not be afraid of a 3rd-level true god realm cultivator, and he would be able to kill him easily. I cultivate essence, chi, and spirit. In the chi realm, I have already met the requirements of the next stage of the chaos divine formula. Only my physical strength and soul power have not met the requirements. Otherwise, I would have formed a 3rd dantian. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. With 2 dantians, he could already defeat many experts. What if he had 3 dantians? Then Lin Ling stood up. You're awake. At the same time, Thousand Traps Queen could not help but laugh. She could feel that Lin Ling's strength had increased once again. Not only was he invincible in the same realm, but he could also defeat a 2nd-level true god realm cultivator. She had been following Lin Ling all this time and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth with her own eyes. She knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. After all, Lin Ling had not even been in the martial god realm for 1,000 years, yet he had already stepped into the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was an existence that could not be underestimated in the early stage. We can go home now. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. Thinking of everything that had happened before, he immediately felt a sense of joy after suffering. Do you know how to get back? Hearing this, Queen Qianji's eyes lit up. There are 2 paths back here. One leads to the 4th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and the other is the path that the sect leader of the Yen Emperor sect and the others came from. The end of the 2nd path is also the huge whirlpool where the worlds collide. Others don't dare to pass through that huge whirlpool, but we have already experienced it once. I think it won't stop us a 2nd time. Lin Ling said confidently. He had the 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes, which allowed him to see through everything in the universe. This was something that no one could compare to. After that, he led Queen Qianji forward. There were many caves in the void, and one of them led to the huge whirlpool. However, just as Lin Ling was about to step into the huge whirlpool, he stopped. What's wrong? Queen Qianji could not help but ask. It's all thanks to the Yen Emperor sect that I was able to increase my strength so quickly. It would be immoral for me to just leave like this. So, I might as well pay them a visit. Lin Ling smiled, which made Queen Qianji shake her head helplessly. You don't trust them, right? Why are you looking for excuses? You are a righteous person. However, even though she said that, she knew that this was the difference between Lin Ling and Xie Yenshin. Think what you want. Lin Ling curled his lips, turned around, and headed towards the Yen Emperor sect. This was because he suddenly remembered that the Yen Emperor sect's betrayal did not happen suddenly. It was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. Most importantly, if it was an internal conflict, the sect leader of the Yen Emperor sect could solve it. But what if it was a war between the three sects? That would be hard to say. I just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I hope that the experts in this fragment of the flame world can give me a surprise. Lin Ling's confident voice floated out of the cave. At this moment, everyone in the Yen Emperor sect could finally put down their worries. Now that the sect leader had come out of seclusion, all the disasters would be suppressed. Jiang Gaofei, what else do you have to say? At this moment, the Yen Shan king put his hands behind his back and looked at the traitor who was kneeling on the ground. All the traitors lowered their heads, and their faces were ashen. Even their eldest senior brother, Jiang Gaofei, was the same. Traitor, what else do you have to say? The crowd roared furiously as well. They hated Jiang Gaofei because their family and friends had all died in this calamity. Jiang Gaofei was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. What else do I have to say? Master, I have sacrificed so much blood and sweat for the Yen Emperor sect in my life. I have been so loyal and devoted. But what have I gotten in return? He suddenly said to himself. Don't tell me that I haven't put enough blood and sweat into you? Have I neglected you? The Yen Shan king said coldly. Ah. Jiang Gaofei raised his head and couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of blood and sweat? What I want is respect, respect from the bottom of my heart. Do you know how I've been through all these years? When those junior brothers entered the sect, I taught them martial arts, and they were extremely respectful to me. But in the days that followed, they surpassed me. When I taught them again, they said to me, eldest senior brother, you're too weak. You can't even learn this bit of martial arts. I'd better ask eldest senior sister for guidance. That kind of sarcasm, that kind of contempt, who would know? The entire Yen Emperor sect looked down on me, thinking that I was just lucky. If I wasn't the first disciple to become master's disciple, I wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard disciple. Jiang Gaofei's eyes were red. So, you betrayed the Yen Emperor sect and killed your junior brothers? The Yen Shan king said angrily. Yes, they mocked me in the past. Today I will make them pay the price. I, Jiang Gaofei, am not someone who can be bullied. I am also a man. Jiang Gaofei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and laughed crazily. Then let me ask you, without me, what kind of person would you be? However, the next sentence of the Yen Shan king stunned Jiang Gaofei. Without the Yen Shan king, he would just be an ordinary person in the flame world. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of being above others. Let me ask you again, even if your talent is ordinary, have I ever mistreated you all these years? The Yen Shan king said again. Jiang Gaofei had no words to refute. The Yen Shan king valued friendship. Jiang Gaofei was his first disciple. Hence, he had never mistreated this disciple. You don't understand. I want to dominate the flame world with my strength, not with master's reputation. Yen Shan king, since you brought me into the world of martial arts, you should make me the strongest. You are not worthy of being my master. However, Jiang Gaofei didn't feel guilty. Instead, he shouted angrily, and for the first time, he called the Yen Shan king by his name. Chapter 26:19. The enemy is here. Bastard. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Sigh. Yen Shan king let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but admit that he was an unqualified master. However, Jiang Gaofei stood up and laughed arrogantly. Yen Shan Emperor, I know that you're going to kill me today. Since that's the case, our relationship as master and disciple is over. Don't blame me for being merciless, you're the one who forced me to do this. Moreover, as a master, you killed your disciple. Who can be more cold-blooded than you? Today all of you must die. All of you are jealous of me and want me dead. You won't live past today. Jiang Gaofei became hysterical as he roared again and again. Yan Shan Emperor and the rest frowned. Jiang Gaofei, what did he mean? Jiang Gaofei, you're really disappointing. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a large number of figures came from afar. They were from Meiyu sect and Taichu sect. Moreover, the leaders of the two sects came personally. This was the gathering of the three leaders of the flame world. This was the first time many people saw the three strongest cultivators of the flame world together. Old Mei, Taichu, what's the meaning of this? Yan Shan Emperor looked at the sky and frowned. I think we don't have to waste time explaining. An old man in a Taoist robe said calmly. There was a flaming moon embroidered on the back of his robe. He was the leader of Meiyu sect. In fact, Yan Shan Emperor had already guessed it. He looked at Jiang Gaofei and asked, You colluded with them? Yan Shan Emperor, it's too late for you to know. Jiang Gaofei immediately sneered, causing Elder Chen and the others to curse him. This was simply a cruel and unscrupulous beast. Most importantly, he obviously wanted to seize the Yan Emperor sect, but he acted like a victim. It was extremely shameless. Jiang Gaofei, I asked you to take control of the Flame Emperor sect. It's such a simple task and you can't even do it. You're really useless. The leader of Taichu sect said. According to their plan, Jiang Gaofei would take control of the Flame Emperor sect, and then they would come and kill Yan Shan Emperor. Who knew that it would still fail? A cockroach ruined my plans. Hearing the sect leader's words, Jiang Gaofei immediately said angrily. The cockroach in his words was Lin Ling. In his opinion, that Lin Ling was simply a lowly commoner among lowly commoners. He actually dragged down such a noble person like him. Alright, let's talk about this later. The two sect leaders spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at Yan Shan King. In the past, we made an agreement to control the flame world together. However, you, Yan Shan King, were too greedy. You took over the flame wheel and the mines. Hence, don't blame us for being merciless today. So that's how it is. You've been eyeing us covetously for a long time. What's with the excuses? Flame Flash King was not surprised by their ambition. In fact, he had been wary of them for a long time. It was just that they were not as strong as him, so he did not fear them. Let's cut the crap. Let's fight. The two sect leaders immediately unleashed their powerful auras, causing the flames to soar into the sky. Then they walked towards Flame Flash King. Sect Master. Many disciples of the Yan Emperor sect started to worry. It's all right. The sect master's strength is above theirs. They are here to die. Elder Chen said confidently. This was because this was not the first time such a battle had happened. In the past, the sect master had returned victorious. Moreover, the sect master was magnanimous. Every time he won, he did not kill the other party. This was because the sect master cared that the other party came from the same world and was from the same hometown. This was a secret of the Yan Emperor sect. Not many people knew about it. However, they did not know that this time, the other party came prepared. They were obviously very confident. Boom! The sect master of the Meiyu sect emitted a powerful aura. It was as if a flame god was floating in the sky. Fourth level true god? You have broken through? Flame Flash King was originally very confident. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. The other party's cultivation level was higher than his. I used all the flame crystals in the sect to cultivate. I forcefully broke through so that I could defeat an old man like you. The sect master of the Meiyu sect roared proudly. Flame Flash King, to think that you would have such a day. The other sect master also shouted angrily. He raised both his hands and countless sparks of flames poured out. These flames were very small, like dust. However, when they landed on the bodies of the crowd, they immediately felt that the energy in their bodies was suppressed. They could not use any spiritual energy. Didn't you promise me that you would not devour the talent? Seeing this, Flame Flash King's expression turned ugly. This was because he had used the illusory demon flame, a level 9 awakened godly body. This demon flame was born in the flame world and was not very powerful. However, this talent had a fatal advantage. It could suppress all fire elemental talents and prevent fire elemental martial artists from using spiritual energy. In the past, Flame Flash King had seen this talent. However, because it could only suppress fire elemental martial artists, it had too many flaws. Therefore, he did not use it and even sealed the talent. Who knew that the sect master of the Taichu sect would violate the agreement and secretly refine the talent? This meant that it would be difficult for the sect master to change his talent. If he left this place, his strength would be limited. Any martial artist could defeat him. Only fire elemental martial artists would be suppressed by him. Although this talent is of little value, I have thought it through. As long as I don't leave this place for the rest of my life, it will be enough. Everyone here is a fire elemental martial artist. Therefore, my talent is enough to be called a king. The sect master laughed crazily. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the disciples of the Yen Emperor's sect fell powerlessly on the ground. They had lost the ability to fight. This showed how heaven-defying the talent was. As for the disciples of the other two sects, they had their own special antidotes. Therefore they were safe and sound. Antidote. Jiang Gaofei also felt that his spiritual energy had been sealed. He quickly shouted. Soon, someone threw the antidote to him. This made him laugh excitedly. In the entire Yen Emperor sect, only Flame Flash King could still fight. After all, his talent was higher and he was immune to a portion of the demon flame's power. You all are despicable. At this moment, Flame Flash King felt that he was too kind in the past. Because if he wanted to dominate the flame world, he would have killed the two sect masters. He cared about the past, but the other party did not. Ha! Hearing this, the other two sect masters laughed sarcastically. Don't make it sound so good. You didn't kill us because you wanted to humiliate us slowly. We came from the same place, but you became a king in the flame world. We are all your subordinates. This is the feeling you want. One of them said coldly. A gentleman's virtue is like the wind, a villain's virtue is like the grass. Flame Flash King roared and then rushed towards the sky. Boom! His talent exploded, causing a blazing sun to appear in the sky. He was the most talented martial artist in the flame world. He had a true divine body. Court of the gods. After his talent exploded, flame gods descended from all directions, as though they were blessing Flame Flash King. This was the court of the gods. It was a unique characteristic of the divine body. It was similar to the divine light protection of the awakened divine body. It had a strong supporting effect. Temperature. Chapter 2620. Boom boom boom. The mountains around the Yen Emperor sect started burning without any fire. As for the people on the ground, their mouths and tongues were dry. Because the temperature was too high. Looking at the Yen Shan Emperor's aura, the two sect leaders looked serious. Although the Yen Shan Emperor's fire spiritual energy was suppressed, he was still a force to be reckoned with. His spiritual energy is depleting quickly. With the suppression of our evil flames, he will be defeated sooner or later. Delay him. Delay. The old man from the Meiyu sect said coldly. He was extremely cunning. 100,000 burning heavens and earth. Boom! While the two of them were talking, a huge flaming palm came. The Yen Shan Emperor's attack was coming. Stop him! The two sect leaders joined forces and used their ultimate skills. Boom! However, they were no match for the Yen Shan Emperor. After the first clash, they spat out blood and flew backwards. They were in a sorry state. Yen Shan Emperor, your attack has weakened. Come on. I know you are loyal and treat your disciples as your family. However, your family betrayed you and caused more people to die. Are you in pain? However, the two sect leaders endured their injuries and flew into the sky again. 500,000 flaming pagoda. Hearing their words, the Yen Shan Emperor was enraged. An even more terrifying temperature burst out. 500,000 degrees. Boom. The mountains were roasted by the temperature and exploded. The Yen Emperor sect was also engulfed in flames. At this moment, the entire flame world seemed to have become the bottom of a volcano. However, the two sect leaders sneered. They did not want to fight the Yen Shan Emperor head-on. Instead, they used their movement skills to fly in the sky. They were obviously trying to exhaust the Yen Shan Emperor's energy. Yen Shan Emperor, your daughter is very beautiful. After you die, I will treat her well and make her my 29th concubine. Ha, old May, after you are tired of her, you must let me play with her. As they ran, they mocked. Bastard! Behind them, the Yen Shan Emperor was so angry that his eyes were red. He chased after them. Not good, sect leader fell for their provocation. If it wasn't for the illusory demonic flame, sect master wouldn't be afraid even if they were to play tricks. However, the illusory demonic flame is constantly suppressing sect master's spiritual energy. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest were extremely anxious. However, they did not even have the strength to fly and could not help at all. As time passed, Flame Flash King's aura began to weaken. The leader of the Meiyu sect sneered, stopped in her tracks, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Boom! Flame Flash King couldn't react in time and was immediately smashed to the ground. This made the sect leader stand in the sky and laugh out loud. After so many years, this was the first time he had seriously injured Flame Flash King. However, Flame Flash King was going all out. He rushed forward once again. But everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Yen Shan King lost. Let's see how hard your bones are. Come on, you're worried about your daughter, right? I'll let my disciple humiliate her in front of you and let you hear your daughter's moans. The two sect leaders continued to provoke Flame Flash King with their words. They were like two cruel wolves toying with an injured elephant. Every time Flame Flash King was seriously injured, he would fight again and again until his entire body was covered in blood. Sect leader! Father! Seeing the tragic scene in the sky, all the Flame Emperor sect disciples' faces turned pale. They knew that they had lost the battle. They would all die. Yen Yeyu and Yang Xiaotian sat on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were filled with pain. They had tried their best, but it was a pity that they could not change the outcome. Flame Flash King, look at your daughter. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly sounded. Jiang Gaofei had already appeared in front of Yen Yeyu. Moreover, he grabbed Yen Yeyu's neck with his big hand. Marry me and I'll spare your father's life. Jiang Gaofei licked his lips. He wanted to humiliate Flame Flash King's daughter in front of him. This would also cause Flame Flash King's mind to be in a mess and he would be more likely to be defeated. Xiaoyu. In the sky, Flame Flash King was stunned. At this moment, the attacks of the two sect leaders arrived, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ground. Father! Yen Yeyu said with difficulty. Jiang Gaofei smiled proudly. However, just as Jiang Gaofei was expecting Yen Yeyu to nod her head, a firm voice sounded in Yen Yeyu's mind, "Go forward, don't look back. Go to hell, bastard. You trash of the Flame Emperor sect." Yen Yeyu immediately scolded. Since she had decided to fight with her father, then she would continue to walk forward and never look back. This was what Lin Ling had taught her. No matter what kind of storm or calamity she would encounter, as long as she had made a decision, then she would walk forward resolutely. Bang! Yen Yeyu forcefully slapped Jiang Gaofei while scolding, causing the latter to be enraged. Flame Flash King, you dominate the flame world and do whatever you want. Today, I will let you watch your daughter die in front of you. Ha! You trash who values friendship and loyalty. You will definitely be in pain. Jiang Gaofei was hit by Yen Yeyu. He seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, what completely infuriated him was that sentence, trash of the Flame Emperor sect. This reminded him of the strange gazes of his junior brothers. He threw Yen Yeyu far away. At this moment, the Flame Emperor sect had already been destroyed. There were flames everywhere. Yen Yeyu was thrown down the mountain and was about to smash into the flames. Her fate was obvious. Xiaoyu! Seeing this scene, Flame Flash King immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, he was too far away to save Yen Yeyu. Senior sister! All the disciples of the Flame Emperor sect shouted. They admired Senior Sister's courage, but they were unwilling to see her fall here forever. The Flame Emperor sect will never be defeated. At this moment, Yen Yiyu was smashed into the flames at the foot of the mountain, but she shouted. As the senior sister, she couldn't be weak in front of the Flame Emperor sect today. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor sect, her junior brothers, and all her friends and family would lose the will to fight. She must have the demeanor of a senior sister. However, as she got closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, her eyes started to moisten. She remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling once said that the Flame Emperor sect was too peaceful. Once they encountered a great calamity, they would definitely be wiped out. Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling, you lied to me. You said that you would protect us if we made a deal. She couldn't help but cry. Although she had always been strong, she still had a weak side in her heart. At this moment, she saw a black shadow appear in the smoky sky. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. When everything became real, she stopped crying because it was a young man in a blue robe. When have I, Lin Ling, not gone back on my words? That lazy voice suddenly drifted into her ears. Soon after, she felt herself being hugged by someone. It was the most peaceful harbor in the world. Bang! At the same time, a figure hugged Yen Yiyu and slammed into the ground. Chapter 26-21. With me around, the Yen Emperor sect will have nothing to worry about. Following that smash, the flames on the ground scattered. A man carrying Yen Yiyu walked out from the dispersing flames like a flame god. Moreover, he was heading towards the top of the mountain. This scene shocked all the experts on the mountain peak. Who is he? Doubts arose in many people's hearts. However, it was undeniable that the man was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. This scene shocked their hearts. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Being hugged by Lin Ling, Yen Yiyu felt like she was in a dream. Then she couldn't help but cry. Although she was Lin Ling's senior sister, in reality, Lin Ling was more like her senior brother. This mysterious man was carefree and unrestrained, standing aloof from worldly affairs. However, at critical moments, he was more reliable than anyone else. Lin Ling, the Yen Emperor sect is going to be destroyed. Everyone is going to die. Yen Yiyu's tears flowed out. This caused Lin Ling to halt his steps. He shook his head and smiled. Don't you still have me? His voice was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Yen Yiyu was stunned. Lin Ling's smile was very charming, and she was actually mesmerized by it. But after Lin Ling put her down, she also reacted. They are two great sect masters. Although she knew that Lin Ling was very magical, she did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the two sect leaders. Unfortunately, after Lin Ling put her down, he had already climbed up the stairs to the Yen Emperor sect. At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect was covered in smoke, but it was silent. Just as the Yen Emperor sect was about to disappear from the world, a young man suddenly appeared and joined the battle. How could they not be shocked? Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, including the three sect leaders in the sky. It's Lin Ling. Yang Shan was the first to speak, her face filled with joy. Elder Chen couldn't help but smile. But soon, their faces dimmed. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they didn't think that Lin Ling could change anything. Elder Chen almost shouted, Lin Ling, get out of here. If they stayed in the Yen Emperor sect, they would be completely annihilated. However, before his voice could be heard, Lin Ling had already spoken. As long as I'm here, the Yen Emperor sect has nothing to worry about. As soon as he said that, the Yen Emperor sect became even more silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would say something, but in the end, Lin Ling said that there was no need to worry about the Yen Emperor sect. And the only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Boom! In just a short moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. They couldn't believe it. The two sect leaders in the sky let out disdainful smiles. They did not even bother to look at Lin Ling. You are just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Who gave you such confidence? After hearing Jiang Gaofei's words, the disdainful smiles on the two sect leaders' faces deepened. They were wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Where did this junior come from? He's just a disciple, but he's deliberately mystifying things. Be the first to kill him. The disciples of the other two sects shouted coldly. Some of them were even tempted to kill Lin Ling. They were not even afraid of the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader. How could they be afraid of a disciple? Could it be him? At this moment, Yen Shan King's eyes flickered. He guessed that the young man was the one who had saved the Yen Emperor sect. This made him feel extremely grateful. When the Yen Emperor sect was in danger, the one who dared to fight against the enemy was a disciple that he did not know. Go, leave immediately. The Yen Emperor sect is like a flame. If it is extinguished today, it will burn again in the future and meet the flame world. Yen Shan King couldn't help but roar. That disciple was the pride of the Yen Emperor sect. With him around, the Yen Emperor sect would never disappear from the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about his words. Instead, he walked towards Jiang Gaofei. Jiang Gaofei sneered. He was not afraid at all. He did not realize that Lin Ling was already a true God realm expert. Perhaps to him, there were only 3 people in the flame world who had reached the true God realm. It was impossible for others to do so. But, are you not going to greet your senior brother? Jiang Gaofei said coldly. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Do you know? I hate ungrateful people the most in my life. Even though you're just an ant, you've successfully angered me. Ha! Jiang Gaofei could not help but laugh. Peasant, if you did not enter the Yen Emperor sect, you are nothing. You are the cockroach that ruined my plans. Do you know what you did wrong? You did wrong because you did not know your place and ruined my plans. He still regarded himself as the senior brother and Lin Ling as the junior brother. If the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy were here, they would definitely be laughing their heads off. Not everyone could be the senior brother of the #1 genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. He continued to look at Jiang Gaofei with contempt. Say that again. Jiang Gaofei's face immediately became gloomy. The word, trash, was his reverse scale. Look at my mouth. Lin Ling laughed. The reason why he was talking nonsense with this ant was because the other party disgusted him. Another sarcastic remark floated out in shock. Jiang Gaofei is the senior brother. He hates it when his junior brother looks down on him. That guy is pouring oil on senior brother Jiang's anger. There will be a good show to watch. The disciples of the two sects rejoiced in Jiang Gaofei's misfortune. As expected, Jiang Gaofei's face darkened. As a junior brother, you really can't see yourself clearly. Pitiful, you are the one who can't see yourself clearly. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He waved his right hand and a sword light flashed. The tyrannical Song sword once again shone in the flame world. Jiang Gaofei was unable to react in time. Everything below his knees was directly cut off, and his entire body fell to the ground. Then, a cry of pain floated out. You crippled me, Jiang Gaofei said in disbelief. He was shocked. What a fast sword. He did not even notice it. How could this junior brother Lin Ling be so strong? Do you know why I didn't kill you? I wanted to show you how strong your so-called world is. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He turned around and looked at the sky. Then he pointed his sword at the experts in the sky. I am a merciful person. I don't like to kill. The reason why I used my sword is because I owe the Yen Emperor sect a favor. I also made a deal with the young miss of the sect. So, you have 3 breaths of time to escape. The moment the sword was drawn, the world fell silent. However, the disciples of the two sects were stunned. So arrogant? Even the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect were shocked. Was Lin Ling going to kill them all? So powerful. Only Yang Xiaotian and Yen Yeyu had admiration in their eyes. Was this what a real martial artist was like? Compared to Lin Ling's arrogance, their martial arts practice was just child's play. You are just a disciple. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? However, after a moment of silence, the disciples of the two sects shouted angrily. Sect leader, I will kill him. I will. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. Chapter 26-22. Unparalleled might. Die. Many disciples swooped down from the sky, fighting to be the first to attack. In their eyes, a mere disciple of the Yen Emperor sect was limited in strength. He might not even be as strong as an elder of the Yen Emperor sect. Some of the top geniuses from the two sects even said arrogantly, "I don't care who you are, but you're obviously a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Let me, the #1 genius of the Meiyu sect, fight you." Flames that filled the sky erupted at this moment. It was as if a multicolored meteor had smashed into the ground. Although the disciples of the two sects couldn't compare to the Yen Emperor sect, they had the advantage in numbers. If they attacked together, even the elders of the Yen Emperor sect wouldn't be able to block them. Their talents weren't weak either. They had all reached the 5th grade awakened godly body. Damn it. If my spiritual energy wasn't suppressed, I would definitely help him. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, everyone in the Yen Emperor sect was worried for Lin Ling. Although they knew who Lin Ling was, that was all they knew. Lin Ling used the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique, the Blazing Origin Protection Technique. Elder Chen was the one who was most worried about Lin Ling, so he reminded loudly. He knew that Lin Ling had just arrived, so he was the least affected by the demonic flames. However, his strength wasn't enough to stop the disciples of the two sects. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling just stood there motionless. Stupid, he's scared stupid. Jiang Gaofei roared on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. He wanted to see Lin Ling burn to death with his own eyes. Rumble. That was indeed the case. Countless flames came crashing down and drowned Lin Ling. But at this moment, swords flew out from Lin Ling's body, intertwining with each other. The sword light was like water. The 81 swords easily blocked the sea of fire in the sky. One had to know that no one in the World King realm could block the descent of the sea of flames. Therefore, everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone in the sky was stunned. The disciples of the Yen Emperor sect on the ground opened their mouths wide. In their eyes, Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered as he stood on the ground. He held his sword with one hand and didn't move at all. Yet, those terrifying attacks were all blocked. To them, this scene was no different from a god. He didn't use any fire attribute martial arts? Even Elder Chen was in disbelief. In Flame World, fire attribute martial arts represented everything. When had he ever seen a sword path that had nothing to do with fire attribute? As for Jiang Gaofei, he was dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? He thought that he was the senior brother, and Lin Ling had joined the Yen Emperor sect later, so he was the junior brother. His status was not as high as his. However, he suddenly realized that this junior brother was mysterious beyond his imagination. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. A mere spark dares to compete with the sun and moon. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. He waved his sleeve as if he was the king of swords. Whoosh, whoosh. The Ashura sword formation shot towards the sky with a crushing force. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of fire that came crashing down from the sky was actually cut into pieces and exploded in all directions. With just a move, the attacks of all the disciples from the two sects were easily disintegrated. Those exploding flames sprinkled down like a rain of fire. However, in the dazzling rain of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Blue robe, ancient sword, like a fire god. So powerful! Yen Yuyu's eyes trembled violently. She never expected Lin Ling's strength to be beyond her imagination. Who is this guy? He doesn't have any fire attribute martial arts, but he easily blocked our attacks. Your strength is comparable to an elder's. Admirable. The top geniuses of the two sects stared at Lin Ling and said solemnly. Of course, this is only for now. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. The title of Flame World's genius cannot be humiliated. Then they began to retreat. They didn't have the heart to fight. However, when they retreated, they were still arrogant because they were the geniuses of Flame World. However, they wanted to escape because they couldn't win? Wasn't this a little too optimistic? In front of me, no one in Flame World is qualified to be called a genius. Lin Ling sneered and pointed his ancient sword at the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. 81 Shura swords shot into the sky. The powerful aura caused the wind and clouds to roll in the sky. Indeed, in front of Lin Ling, they really weren't qualified to be called geniuses. Even in the martial god world, not many people dared to call themselves geniuses in front of Lin Ling. Not good. What kind of swords are those? Did this guy take advantage of us? He actually dares to attack us. Burn his swords. Seeing the black ancient swords shooting over, the disciples were immediately enraged. In their opinion, with the two sect leaders here, Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, after the anger, they were also a little panicked. However, where the 81 swords passed, the sky was immediately filled with blood. No disciple was able to block those swords. Then, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and blood rained down like rain. Of the disciples that came out to fight, over 90% had been killed in a single move. There were still several disciples that hadn't died. At this time, their complexions were incomparably pale. They remembered Lin Ling's words. If they didn't retreat in 3 breaths of time, they would all be exterminated. At the time, these words were arrogant. But now, they were tyrannical. Looking at the unparalleled might of the swords, Yang Xiaotian and the others covered their mouths with their hands. Even Elder Chen's pupils widened. This was because he couldn't understand what those swords were. With such unparalleled might, Lin Ling was still a disciple? You beast, you are so heartless. What martial arts path do you speak of? Just wait for me to break your sword. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were stunned for a moment. Then they roared out in anger. Lin Ling wanted to cut off their sect's lineage. Moreover, he was killing their disciples right in front of them. How could they just stand by and watch? Flame Fist. Boom! A 9th-level World King Realm Elder attacked. His hands formed complex seals as he punched out. Horrifying flames condensed into a giant fist, as if they would destroy all the swords. It's Elder Giant Flame. Great. Great, he's finally made a move. Ha! Seeing this, the remaining people of the two sects cheered again and again. They looked forward to seeing the Flame Fist destroy all the swords. This was because Elder Giant Flame's strength was at the peak of the 3 great sects. But the Flame Fist was like a mountain and the 81 swords were like a swarm of locusts. They simply weren't on the same level. And most importantly, that Elder's talent was extremely formidable. He had a 9th grade awakened divine body. Lin Ling absolutely could not block him. You have formidable talent, but you don't even have the ultimate martial path, so how can you talk about the flame path? Ha! However, on the ground, Lin Ling coldly spat out a few words, causing the earth to fall silent. Lin Ling faced the elder's attack. Not only did he not treat it seriously, but he actually reprimanded the elder for his flaws in his cultivation. In the eyes of others, you may be an elder, but in my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Ha! Azura sword array go. Ha! Then Lin Ling shouted out loud, his sword pointing to the heavens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 81 swords turned into long snakes, as if they wanted to soar into the skies like eagles. And the giant flame fist also came smashing down. At this moment, countless people stopped breathing. They were extremely nervous, especially when the flame fist and the swords were about to collide. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Chapter 26-23. Half an hour. Rumble. However, the scene that everyone had imagined did not happen. Instead, the 81 black swords slashed through everything. The gigantic flaming fist was sliced into pieces and exploded, turning into incomparably resplendent fireworks that poured down onto the ground. Among the 81 swords, a black sword sliced through the air and split the elder into 2. Before he died, he could only watch as his lower body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. When the elder's corpse floated down from the sky, the entire Yen Emperor sect fell into a deathly silence. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that defeating the flaming fist and not the ancient swords would be enough to defeat them. Who would have thought that the swords would be so sharp that they would cut through the flames like tofu and kill the elder? Even the elders couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Is this still Lin Ling? Cries of surprise finally rang out like the waves of the sea. Especially the elders of the Yen Emperor sect. They were tongue-tied because in their hearts, Lin Ling was a disciple who stood aloof from worldly affairs and had no ambition to improve himself. They had even thought of removing Lin Ling from his position as a disciple many times. But now, they realized that Lin Ling was even stronger than the elders. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't care about the elders' reprimand. With such strength, who would care? On the contrary, the elders who had reprimanded Lin Ling felt ashamed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling had already walked up to the sky. The Shura sword flew around him, and his long robe fluttered in the wind as he killed his enemies. Every time he swung his sword, a disciple would die. Every time he swung his sword, an elder would die. Every step he took killed 10 people, and the elders were no exception. Invincible. Lin Ling is invincible. The disciples of the Yen Emperor sect exclaimed in shock. The battle in the sky was a one-sided suppression. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Is this the real Lin Ling? Even Yang Xiaotian felt as if she was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Although she knew that Lin Ling was powerful, she still felt that it was a miracle when she saw Lin Ling easily suppress the two sects. Compared to their shock, the disciples of the other two sects were terrified. All of them had moved out, and none of them could stop Lin Ling. They could only be killed. They were arrogant before, and they were now filled with bitterness and regret. Of course, it was not because they had underestimated Lin Ling Yun, it was because the strength that Lin Ling was Yun. That's enough. At this moment, a furious roar finally rang out. It was the head of the Meiyu sect. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Ling at all. But now, he couldn't ignore him even if he wanted to. You're finally willing to look over here. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at the old man with a cold smile. Who are you? You're not from the flame world. The Yu sect leader said coldly. Lin Ling didn't rely on the flame Dao to kill them. Who I am is not important. Even who you are is not important. What's important is that the two of you must die today. Lin Ling said indifferently. I have to admit that your sword is not bad. Looks like it's your trump card. However, I want that sword. The other Yu stared at Lin Ling's sword Dao. His words stunned Lin Ling and he smiled helplessly. At this moment, the other party didn't even think about his strength. Instead, they coveted his sword? It seemed like he had no choice but to kill these two elders. A level 3 true god and a level 4 true god. Not bad. I hope they can pique my interest. Lin Ling said. Do you think that we didn't attack because we underestimated you? Young man, it's good to have fighting spirit, but don't underestimate your seniors. I know that you've already reached the first level of true god realm. One of the sect leaders sneered. What was ironic was that he didn't save his own sect before. His goal was to let his sect elders and disciples test out Lin Ling's strength. Of course, the result also surprised him greatly. True God stage? It must be fake. Hearing the headmaster's words, the crowd on the ground immediately cried out in alarm. Because True God Realm was the strongest power in Flame World. He is indeed at the True God Realm. At this moment, Flame Flash King said in a weak voice, but his face was full of surprise. This was because the Yen Emperor sect actually had a True God Realm expert. He didn't know about this at all. Also, he's very young. Yen Shan Emperor said again, causing the disciples of the three great sects to be stunned. Then, the shock in their eyes became even stronger. Yes, only now did they realize that Lin Ling was very young. Such a young True God Realm expert? This was simply beyond their imagination. This was the true number 1 genius of Flame World. Especially Jiang Gaofei, his face was extremely pale. Compared to Lin Ling, if he wasn't trash, what was he? What was ironic was that with his strength, he actually thought that Lin Ling was a cockroach. In fact, he was the cockroach. Little friend, be careful. The two of them are very cunning, and their realms are higher than yours. At this moment, Flame Flash King said again, can you help me hold them off for 2 hours? No, 1 hour is fine. After that, my strength will recover and our chances of winning will increase greatly. After these words, the morale of the Yen Emperor sect's disciples was greatly boosted. As long as their sect leader recovered his strength, their Yen Emperor sect might win. On the other hand, the two sect leaders' faces were gloomy. If not for Lin Ling's arrival, Flame Flash King would definitely die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ruined their plans. This meant that within 1 hour, they had to kill Lin Ling and then kill Flame Flash King. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable. Flame Flash King, right? During this period of time, I, Lin Ling, am indebted to your Yen Emperor sect for taking care of me. Only 1 hour? Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This made Flame Flash King frown. You can't hold them off for an hour? Then try your best to hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Although it won't allow me to recover 30% of my strength, if I can recover 10%, we won't be trampled on. Flame Flash King thought that Lin Ling could only hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Of course, even so, he was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, come on, you must hold them off for 3 incense sticks time. Hearing this, Yen Yiyu and the others on the ground also shouted. 3 incense sticks time, this was the most crucial moment. No need, Flame Flash King, you should rest well. Within 1 hour, you will see their corpses. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said indifferently. Previously he said 1 hour because he wanted to kill the 2 sect leaders within 1 hour. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to experience his own strength, he could also do it within 3 incense sticks time. However, when his voice came out, not only the crowd, but even Flame Flash King was stunned. A level 1 true god fighting against 2 level 3 true gods, and he actually used 1 hour to kill them? This must be a joke. Chapter 26-24. 1 against 2. Then I want to see just how you'll kill us in an hour. The Absolute Beginning Sect Master coldly said. Even Flame Flash King couldn't block their joint attack. Lin Ling was only a first-stage world king. This was even more impossible. Let alone 3 incense sticks of time, even an incense stick of time would be enough to end the battle. And the result would be Lin Ling dying in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Denounce the chaos of the world, strengthen the walls, and clear the land of blood. A heroic voice floated out from his mouth. Although he was sinister, one couldn't deny that he was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. His talent was only useful against fire attribute martial artists. But his cultivation was at the 3rd stage of true divinity. It was enough to crush all. I want to see just how you'll block this. His voice filled the skies, causing the distant Flame Flash King's complexion to change. He never imagined that against a junior like Lin Ling, the Absolute Beginning Sect Master would erupt with his full strength. This fellow was even more despicable than he had imagined. Good. However, facing the Absolute Beginning Sect Master's attack, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, his eyes blazed with the flames of war. After reaching the true divinity realm, he also wanted to experience the strength of a true divinity. A great saber suddenly appeared above Lin Ling's head. Flames blazed around it as it ruthlessly slashed down. Before the saber even landed, the originally shattered Flame Emperor sect couldn't withstand the pressure. It completely shattered, falling to the ground like an island. Lin Ling. Seeing this terrifying scene, Flame Yiyu couldn't help but shout out loud. Lin Ling could defeat disciples and sweep away elders, but what about the Absolute Beginning Sect Master? Bang! A deafening sound erupted. It was as if the saber had cut Lin Ling in half. Little brat, you're too inexperienced to fight us. The Absolute Beginning Sect Master roared, shaking his head in disdain. Too simple. He thought he would need 3 incense sticks of time, but in less than an incense stick of time, that brat had been defeated. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Old ghost, when I, Li Xiaoyao, swept through the world, you were still drinking milk. However, just as the Taichu sect leader finished speaking, a disdainful voice floated in the air. This caused the minds of countless people to tense up. Amidst the scorching flames in the sky, the young man stood there with both of his hands stretched out. He actually used both of his hands to catch the saber. And that was the all-out strike of a 3rd stage world king. It could be said that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, one slash would be able to sever 10 worlds. Lin Ling didn't use his sword to block such a terrifying strike, but instead used his palm to catch it? How is this possible? The sect leader of the Taichu sect let out a cry of surprise. His pupils constricted. He condensed all of his realm essence and ruthlessly slashed at Lin Ling. Is that all you've got? Why is your boundary river so weak? The dignified sect leader has really disappointed me. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still holding the flaming saber with both hands, and he let out a roar. This scene could be called heroic. Even the Flame Flash King forgot to heal his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. What was going on? In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had already fused the boundary river of the two Dantians, and his cultivation was at the second stage of True God Realm. In addition, Lin Ling's ultimate martial path was stronger, so he was able to block that slash. I'll help you. At this time, the Plum Moon sect leader saw that the situation wasn't right, and he immediately attacked. Surging moon flames gushed out, turning into a pillar of light that shot towards Lin Ling from another direction. That kind of power was also terrifying, able to break through the 10 realms. Old Turtle May, you're despicable. Seeing this, the Flame Flash King couldn't help but curse. He was very surprised that Lin Ling could block the attack of one sect leader, but to block two of them, that was simply impossible. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Most importantly, the Plum Moon sect leader was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. Seeing the two sect leaders attack, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. He knew that if he didn't use more powerful techniques, he wouldn't be able to win. You're not the only ones who know how to play with fire. The flaming coffin descended. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the universe change, and his cultivation increased by another level. The size of the boundary river was comparable to the 3rd stage of True God Realm. Multicolored flames also burst out in a shocking manner. You're not qualified to play with fire in front of me. Seeing that Lin Ling was also a fire attribute martial artist, the Taichu sect leader wasn't shocked, but happy instead. This was because his talent could restrain any fire attribute. Suddenly, specks of flames floated out, enveloping Lin Ling. What a strange talent. Unfortunately, you only have talent, but no strength. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. The flaming coffin behind him began to shake. The lid of the coffin seemed as if it would be pushed open at any moment. A terrifying aura filled the air. Although the Taichu sect leader's talent could restrain fire, his ultimate flame path was very weak. It could even be said that he didn't have it. In this flame world, no martial artist had the ultimate flame path. For example, their talent was a treasure sword and Lin Ling's was a wooden sword. But in terms of swordsmanship, Lin Ling clearly surpassed the treasure sword wielder by several times. And although a wooden sword couldn't clash with a treasure sword, it could still kill. Thus, the Taichu sect leader's talent couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. His complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen such a freak. But at this time, the Plum Moon sect leader's attack arrived. One was at the 3rd stage of World King Realm, and the other was at the 4th stage of World King Realm. How could Lin Ling block them? Would a miracle be born again? Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, it seemed that a miracle wouldn't be born again. After the Plum Moon sect leader attacked, a terrifying beam of flame shot towards Lin Ling, smashing him into the earth and into the earth's core. This time, Lin Ling had been defeated. The entire Flame Emperor sect was silent. The disciples all paled. Not even 3 incense sticks of time had passed. Had Lin Ling been defeated? But they didn't blame Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had blocked the attacks of 2 great sect leaders. Although he had been defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Lin Ling. Yan Jingyu absent-mindedly watched this scene. Then he couldn't help but cry. This man had fought for the Flame Emperor sect. He was a hero, someone they would worship forever. But now he had also died? You said to walk forward and not look back. Why did you turn back? Why did you stop? Yan Jingyu cried out, causing many people's faces to darken. Their eyes were filled with despair. Unfortunately, only white flames shot up from the ground. A large hole appeared, spewing out flames like a volcano. Lin Ling had disappeared into that large hole. He had probably died. In fact, Not to mention the Flame Emperor sect disciples, even the Flame Flash King believed that Lin Ling had died. This was because only he knew how powerful the two great sect leaders were when they joined forces. How long has it been? In the sky, the two great sect leaders had their hands behind their backs, their expressions proud. It shouldn't have been 3 incense sticks of time. The Taichu sect leader lightly said. Chapter 26-25. Walk out of the coffin. Despicable. Both of you are seniors, yet you're joining forces to suppress a junior? Where is your arrogance coming from? Seeing the arrogance of the two sect leaders, the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect scolded them. Unfortunately, the two sect leaders ignored them and became even more arrogant. Yen Shan Emperor, what else do you want to say? The Meiyu sect leader looked at Yen Shan Wang and said. Flame Flash King hadn't even recovered 10% of his strength. His face was gloomy, but he still shook his head resolutely. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, there is nothing to say. What a pitiful person. You actually believed in a junior. You must be very disappointed now. You just saw hope but it was snuffed out. Yenshan Emperor, you must be in a very bad mood. The Taichu sect leader laughed out loud. Looks like my strength isn't invincible in the 3rd level of True God realm. It's hard for me to win if they join hands. However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused the heavens and the earth to fall silent. This was because the sound was very strange. It came from the big hole in the ground. Could it be? At this moment, the eyes of the two sect leaders narrowed as they stared at the volcanic hole in the ground in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? This was too heaven-defying. At this moment, a figure slowly floated out from the volcano. His long hair wildly danced in the wind, and his right hand was holding a giant flame coffin. At this moment, he gave off a strange and demonic aura. He was Lin Ling. This scene undoubtedly shocked the world once again. Especially when he came out with the coffin, just how divine was that? How could you possibly block our joint attack? You have to know that even a 3rd-level true god wouldn't be able to block our joint attack easily. The pupils of the Meiyu sect leader narrowed as he let out a cry of surprise. The arrogance on his face had completely disappeared. I've said it before, my world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling carried the coffin with one hand as he walked. His eyes were also looking at the people on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Yen Yeyu. I've been practicing martial arts all my life. I've never regretted it, and I've never turned back. His voice was filled with boundless determination, representing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts. No matter what kind of strong enemy he encountered, no matter what kind of danger he faced, Lin Ling never looked back. He would only walk towards the path of martial arts, bravely moving forward. Yen Yeyu wiped away the tears on his face and nodded heavily. What a strange junior. The sect master of the Taichu sect stared at the coffin in Lin Ling's hand and said with a serious expression, however, even if you can stop the two of us together once, can you stop us twice? Yen Shan King was the first to react. His previous happiness immediately disappeared, and what replaced it was a deep worry. That's right, Lin Ling didn't die this time, but it didn't mean that he could block the joint attack of two great powerhouses. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made him freeze on the spot. I don't think it's difficult. In fact, I still have 2 ways to kill you. I just wanted to test my limits before. In fact, when these words floated out, not only were the two sect leaders shocked, even everyone on the ground was shocked like a celestial being. Lin Ling has been fighting for so long, yet he still has more tricks up his sleeve? Could it be that he was just warming up? Facing the joint attack of 2 sect masters, he was just warming up? This guy was simply audacious. You're lying. The Meiyu sect leader shouted angrily. She didn't believe that such a terrifying cultivator of the 1st level of true God existed in this world. Everything was fake. Hee. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed and didn't bother to explain. Instead, he looked at the coffin in his right hand and his expression turned serious. That power was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, his consciousness would be devoured. However, Lin Ling didn't believe this. The more double-edged the sword, the more he wanted to control it. Because, on the other side of the double-edged sword, it was also an incomparably powerful and sharp blade. Flaming coffin, evil flame. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Instantly, the coffin in his hand began to shake violently. Flames and eerie energy filled the air. It was terrifying. It was as if a terrifying ancient demon was hiding in the coffin. At this moment, many people looked at the mysterious flaming coffin. When they saw the flames coming out of the coffin, their mouths and tongues turned dry. Even the 3 sect masters felt the same way. Flames turning into fog. The Flame Flash King exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he couldn't understand Lin Ling at all. Boom! At the same time, the flaming coffin exploded. Endless flames filled the air and engulfed Lin Ling. What? Did he play with fire and get burned? The 2 sect masters were stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling had used a technique that he couldn't control and was burned to death by the flaming coffin? As time passed, the sky quietened down. Only the flames continued to burn. Something's not right. Let's attack immediately. The Taichu sect leader frowned. The flames in front of him gave him an ominous feeling. All right. The sect leader beside him nodded immediately. However, just as they were about to attack, the flames in front of them gradually dispersed, revealing a flaming coffin. The coffin remained motionless as it floated in the sky. The atmosphere became even more eerie. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the coffin let out a rumbling sound. The lid of the coffin slowly opened and an arm covered in red scales slowly reached out from the coffin. The coffin was something that contained the dead. However, at this moment, someone had come out from the coffin. Could it be that something had awakened? That eerie scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Everything that happened today was something they had never seen before in their lives. Moreover, the one who caused all this was a young man with no reputation. Boom! Almost at the same time, the lid of the coffin exploded and a figure shot out like a fiery god. The moment he landed, the heavens and earth fell silent. Countless flames were like smoke that actually lingered in the sky. Amidst them, a man with long red hair and black eyes stood silently in the sky. His body was covered in red scales, and wisps of evil aura emanated from him. All of you must die. Kill. One sentence was enough to make thousands of living beings submit to him. It was terrifying. Attack now. The Meiyu sect leader shouted angrily when she saw the man who looked neither like a god nor a demon. She had a feeling that if she didn't attack now, they would all be finished. Moreover, if this stalemate continued, the mysterious atmosphere would give her immense pressure. She couldn't hold on any longer. Boom. Seeing this, the other sect leader hurriedly attacked as well. However, the red-haired man in the sky smiled and reached out with one hand. He planned to resist the combined attack of the 2 sect leaders. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying collision of power caused the flame world to shake. The sky was filled with multicolored flames exploding. This was a clash of flames. Is he dead? After attacking with all their might, the 2 sect leaders asked at the same time. They were very nervous and even very afraid. Chapter 26:26. Flame Wheel Destroying the World. That's all you got? A soft voice sounded at the same time, like thunder, causing the faces of the 2 sect leaders to turn pale. So scary. What did the young man do? Why did he become so strong after coming out of the coffin? Was he still a first-level true god? Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of a heartbeat came from the sky and earth. Look at the sky. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed to the sky. There, a huge heart appeared. The heart was surrounded by colorful flames. It was shocking, like the heart of a giant. True God Martial Soul. Yen Shan King opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Because even he did not realize the true God Martial Soul. Moreover, the mysterious heart gave him a sense of familiarity, causing him to roar, "Flame Wheel!" In fact, the other 2 sect leaders also shouted, "Flame Wheel!" Flame Wheel was the highest secret of the flame world. It was said that it came from the ancient era and was an ancient artifact left behind after the flame god and the water god clashed. The three sect leaders went to see this ancient artifact, but they could not get close to it and could not understand its secrets. Now, the secret appeared on the young man. Did the young man get the highest secret of the flame world? Hee, are you surprised? That's why it's fun. At this time, the man in the sky let out a sinister laugh. It was very evil. He stretched out his right hand and raised it high, his palm facing the sky. Flame wheel! Then he shouted and circles of flame wheel bloomed. It was like a flower, but also like ripples on the water surface, and it started to gather. Gradually, it formed a huge fireball. There were circles of wheel marks on the surface of the fireball, revealing a terrifying aura. Looking from afar, the man was holding a fireball that was 100 times bigger than him. He was like a flame god standing in the sky, causing thousands of people to look up at him. When the fireball appeared, the entire flame world continued to explode. Many places started to burn without fire, and fire snakes shot into the sky. Such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power. It caused the two sect leaders to turn pale and their bodies to tremble, because they seemed to have seen the flame ancestor. Enjoy your last moments. The man's smile became even more devilish as he threw out the fireball. Run! Needless to say, the two sect leaders had already run in two different directions. They were completely terrified. They would never have thought that Yen Shanwang would not be the scariest person in the Yen Emperor sect, but a disciple from the Yen Emperor sect. Unfortunately, even though the Wheel of Flame was huge, its speed had reached the speed of 5 realms. Boom! The flame wheel caught up to one of them and exploded in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The entire flame world shattered, turning into islands that floated in the air. The moment the flame wheel appeared, it was terrifying. This was a move that could destroy the world. Also, this was a fireball thrown towards the sky. If it hit the ground, the flame world would no longer exist. Crackle! A dazzling light exploded in the sky, and the surging fluctuations caused the void to burn. This is the ancestor of the flame world. Yen Shanwang was hit by a huge force and fell to the ground. At this moment, he sat on the ground and looked at the destruction in the sky in horror. Everyone else was the same. This move that could destroy the heavens and the earth was the most they had ever seen. It was certain that if the flame world was not destroyed hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years later, this battle would be remembered forever and recorded in the annals of history. God. If there was a god in the world, then this was an attack from a god. Old Mei is dead. This guy is so scary. On the other side, the Taichu sect leader's voice was trembling. At this moment he was about to cry. How could the Yen Emperor sect have such a monstrous existence? He should not have come, he should not have come. He and the Meiyu sect leader ran in different directions. Luckily, the mysterious man killed the Meiyu sect leader first, allowing him to escape. He swore that he would never come to the Yen Emperor sect again. Unfortunately, he did not have this life. Thump, thump. A huge heart suddenly appeared in front of him, hanging there and beating silently. Hee, you run pretty fast. An evil voice floated out. Just as the Taichu sect leader was about to get lucky, a red-haired man appeared in front of him and grabbed him with his hand. It was the flame god. No! The Taichu sect leader cried out unwillingly. He did not know that the flame god had the 5-realm speed. How could he escape? After that, the red-haired man appeared in the shattered sky of the Yen Emperor sect. He was holding the Taichu sect leader in his hand. At this moment, the Taichu sect leader was like a dead dog, unable to resist at all. This scene made the people of the Yen Emperor sect excited and shocked. Bang! A rumble was heard, and the Taichu sect leader's neck was crushed. It was as easy as killing an ant. 2 sect leaders were completely annihilated. The ground was dead silent. At this moment, everyone finally knew who the flame world's god was. Hee, it seems like I haven't killed enough. However, the red-haired man in the sky also looked down, causing the crowd on the ground to be extremely terrified. If the godlike existence in the sky were to attack, they would only end up losing their lives. Go back. However, at this moment, a majestic and angry voice rang out. It actually came from the red-haired man's body. Time and space divine steel. After that, the voice roared again, filled with an imposing aura. I am not satisfied. Sooner or later, you will understand that only by killing everyone in the world can you become a god. The red-haired man let out a hideous cry. He held his head with both hands and looked like he was in extreme pain. Even the huge heart on top of his head was beating violently. However, at this moment, a flaming coffin appeared. The lid of the coffin opened and a strong suction force appeared, causing the huge heart to disappear into the coffin. At the same time, the red hair on the red-haired man's body quietly retreated and gradually turned into a pale-faced young man. Before an hour has passed, the enemy has been killed. The young man's gaze swept across the ground and finally uttered a sentence. This sentence immediately caused everyone to laugh excitedly. The young man seemed to have recovered. At least on the surface, the young man gave off a more realistic feeling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Yan Yeyu, Yang Xiaoyan, Elder Chen and the others' eyes moistened. They were so excited that they almost danced. They never expected that the person who saved the Yen Emperor sect from the great calamity would be Lin Ling. Moreover, after the terrifying battle with the Yen ancestor, they didn't believe that such a powerful person was right beside them. Chapter 26-27. Sect Leader. He said that he wouldn't even need an hour to deal with the enemies. Looks like he's keeping his word. Yen Shan King muttered to himself. However, his gaze towards Lin Ling was filled with respect. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the flame wheel. Moreover, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was very mysterious. He couldn't understand it at all. Looks like he came to our Yen Emperor sect for the flame wheel. Forget it, he saved everyone. I'll just give him the flame wheel. Alright, Yen Shan King thought to himself. Of course, the power that Lin Ling had displayed was too terrifying. He had no choice but to give it to him. Of course, he looked towards the Yen Emperor sect and the entire flame world. He smiled bitterly. That guy's destructive power was too terrifying. If the battle had continued for a little longer, the entire flame world would have been destroyed by him. At this moment, Lin Ling had already landed on the ground. However, other than Yan Yeyu and a few others, everyone looked at him with respect. They were afraid that Lin Ling would kill them if he wasn't happy. Obviously, they were completely afraid. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care about this. Instead, he felt the weakness in his body. Previously, he had used his full strength. This allowed him to understand his own strength better. With the fusion of two Dantians and the evil flame transformation, he could defeat a large number of stage 3 true gods unless they joined forces. Once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he could easily kill a stage 4 true god. However, once he unleashed his true god martial spirit, he would have to face the danger of being devoured by the mysterious man. Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know if the mysterious man was the real evil flame god or a side effect of cultivating the evil flame transformation. However, Lin Ling was more inclined towards the latter. This was because the man didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to devour him. When the two merged into one, they seemed to have intelligence. However, they were actually acting according to principles. After that, Lin Ling put away his thoughts and looked towards the remaining people of the two sects. The two sect leaders are already dead. So, let them go. Yen Shan King sensed Lin Ling's thoughts and immediately said, "If you don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future." However, Lin Ling said coldly. He finally knew why the Yen Emperor sect was facing such a calamity. It was because Yen Shan Wang was too soft-hearted. His sect was almost annihilated, but now he was pleading for mercy for his enemy. Spare us, spare us. Senior, we were forced to do this." At this moment, the remaining people all knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Hearing that, Yen Shan King couldn't help but feel pity for him. He was too indecisive, he really wasn't cut out to be a sect leader. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly, then coldly said, "There is no such thing as being forced in this world. Perhaps you are indeed innocent, but since you have chosen this path, then you have to bear all the consequences. This is what it means to be a warrior, a man. Wasn't Lin Ling the same? Because he had exposed the space-time divine steel, he had been framed. Did someone sympathize with him at that time? Did someone let him go? No, he had to rely on himself. And this was the price. Everyone had the right to choose, but after making a choice, there was no choice but to face the price. He could only face it bravely. Even so, they are too weak to be a threat to the Yen Emperor sect. Although Yen Shan King was in awe of Lin Ling, for the sake of his principles, he still spoke. This made Lin Ling too lazy to talk nonsense. This was the Yen Emperor sect's own matter, he was just giving a suggestion. Of course, those suggestions were also from the bottom of his heart, based on Lin Ling's life experience. Kill them. But at this moment, a firm voice suddenly sounded. It was Yen Yeyu, which surprised Lin Ling. It seemed that after this incident, this little girl had grown up. Little Yu. Yen Shan King didn't expect his daughter to help outsiders refute him. Father, you were wrong once, do you want to be wrong a second time? But Yen Yeyu looked at her father fearlessly. In the past, the two sect leaders provoked you time and time again, but you let them go time and time again. In the end, the Yen Emperor sect was almost massacred. Don't you know where you were wrong? Do you know how painful it was for me to see my friends and family die on the way? And all of this was caused by your indecisiveness. Now, you let them go again. This is cruel to your friends and family. Maybe you can live with your conscience, but how can you face the people who died? Also, if the Yen Emperor sect's disciples didn't die, how many people would they help? If they died, how many people would die because of them? These debts will be borne by you. Yen Yeyu said word by word, making Yen Shan King tremble. The Yen Emperor sect's disciples' faces also changed drastically. One had to admit that Yen Yeyu's words were very reasonable. Little Yu, you have grown up. Yen Shan King suddenly felt that he had aged a lot, but he also felt gratified. In the past, you were timid, but because you were the eldest senior sister, you pretended to be strong. But now, you are really strong because your heart is strong. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. She knew who made her stronger. From now on, the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is you, Yen Yeyu. Yen Shan King let out a long sigh, then shouted. He finally knew that he was just a martial artist, and did not have the style of a general. His daughter had a better view of the big picture than him, and was more suitable to be the sect leader. Suddenly he looked at Lin Ling, and realized that Yen Yeyu's change seemed to be related to Lin Ling. Sect leader! At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect's disciples were all excited. With a strong sect leader, the Yen Emperor sect could go further. Lin Ling smiled and left quietly. Now was Yen Yeyu's time, and he did not want to take advantage of it. Moreover, he had achieved his goal of staying here, and it was time to go home. Lin Ling, you want to escape again. However, just as he moved, Yen Yeyu's voice rang out, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. Previously, you saved me and allowed me to inform my father. When we were grateful to you, you ran away. Now that you have saved the Yen Emperor sect, are you going to run away again? Looking at Lin Ling, Yen Yeyu's eyes were wet. Lin Ling was too low-key, and she felt indignant for Lin Ling. Sect leader! Then, under countless gazes, Yen Yeyu knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ling, and her words shocked the entire Yen Emperor sect. Sect leader? Yen Yeyu called Lin Ling sect leader? Even Lin Ling was shocked. I think the most suitable person to be the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader is Lin Ling. Yen Yeyu raised her head and looked at the crowd, saying, apart from saving the Yen Emperor sect, it's more his responsibility, strength, and strength. Little Yu. Yen Shan Emperor could not help but exclaim. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ling was indeed very suitable to be the sect leader. 1. Lin Ling was powerful. 2. Lin Ling's ambition was not in the Yen Emperor sect. All these showed that Lin Ling did not care about the Yen Emperor sect at all. Chapter 26-28. Evil Flame Sect, Sect Leader. They shouted in unison, piercing through the clouds. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his eyes flashed. It was normal for Yen Yeyu to recommend him to be the sect leader, but Yen Shan Emperor also agreed. This old man was cunning. To put it bluntly, he wanted to get on Lin Ling's good side. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily become the Lord of 10 realms, let alone a sect leader. I can be your sect leader, but there is a condition. Yen Emperor's sect has to change its name. Lin Ling said. This. Yen Shan Emperor was stunned. Yen Emperor's sect changing its name? Is it still Yen Emperor's sect? Sure. Yen Yeyu agreed immediately and looked at her father. A name is just a name. As long as the person is still around, that is the most important thing. Yen Shan Emperor smiled bitterly. He didn't see it as clearly as his daughter. In that case, let me think of a name. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and smiled. Let's call it Evil Flame Sect. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although this name gave people a feeling of evilness, it also made it even more domineering. There was fire in the evilness, and those who dared to violate it would be killed no matter how far they were. If from now on, Yen Emperor Sect will be called Evil Flame Sect. Yen Yeyu was the first to stand up and smiled happily. The reason Lin Ling agreed to be the sect leader was because the flame world was located in the void of the universe. It was a good hiding place. If something happened, he could have his family and friends come here to hide. Also, Evil Flame Sect could become one of his hidden factions. In the future, when he went against the Heavenly Court, this force would be of great help. Since it is called Evil Flame Sect, I will teach you a fire attribute skill, Evil Flame Change. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a colorful light shot towards Yen Jingyu. Yen Jingyu was delighted. She felt that after the light entered her mind, there were many things in her mind. Evil Flame 6 Change? Ultimate Flame Path. So this is the real flame path. What we cultivated before was just the flame path. Yen Jingyu's eyes flickered as if he had seen something new. Ultimate Flame Dao. Yen Shan King also exclaimed. This was a realm of Dao, but he had never touched it in his entire life. At this moment he looked at Lin Ling seriously. He was even more convinced by Lin Ling. You people of Flame World are very talented. Unfortunately, you have treasures but no keys. With the ultimate flame path, you can use your talents. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Deputy Chief Yen Jingyu, do you have the confidence to make your disciple stronger? Yen Jingyu immediately raised his head. All right, I'll leave the Evil Flame Sect to you. Lin Ling said slowly. He was once again a hands-off boss. Of course, he had been a marshal, a commander, and even a realm lord in his life, but this was his first time being a sect master. This was Lin Ling's first sect in his life. Sect master, are you leaving? Yen Jingyu asked reluctantly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. Yes, I've said that I'm just a person who is in a hurry to go home. Now, I'm going home. However, I'll be back at any time. Yen Jingyu, after experiencing the calamity of the Yen Emperor sect, you have grown up. I believe that you can lead them better. Lin Ling turned and left. His blue-robed figure made everyone's eyes wet. Yen Jingyu nodded heavily. She almost blurted out something in her heart, but she held it back in the end. That sentence was, I like you. When they had gone through life and death together, she had already relied on that man. She was even infatuated with his calm demeanor. That man had left a huge shadow in her heart. His world is not something we can imagine. Let's leave it to fate. Yen Shan King said softly when he sensed his daughter's thoughts. He also knew that a man like the sect master would have many women in the world who liked him. It would not be easy for Yen Jingyu to climb up the social ladder. I know. However, he'll be back at any time. As long as I can see him, I'm already satisfied. Yen Jingyu smiled. Yen Shan King's eyes lit up. His daughter was stronger than he thought. Lin Ling, you must come back. Yang Xiaolian and Elder Qin said reluctantly. Lin Ling was their savior. Because of him, they had become an existence that could not be underestimated in the Evil Flame sect. Lin Ling waved his hand and left with his back to them. Lin Ling, if you leave, how will you find this place in the future? You should know that the void of the universe is constantly changing. It's harder to find than the myriad of worlds. Queen Qianji said. Time and space divine steel. Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. I've left my mark here. If I want to come back, I just need to go through the time and space divine steel. Yes. The time and space divine steel was the flame ancestor of the time and space divine steel. It had the power of space and time. In fact, Lin Ling already knew that the time and space divine steel had this ability. However, he was only a world king in the past and could not control it. Moreover, as his realm increased, the time and space divine steel's power would also surface. When he came to the land of flame wheels again, an enormous whirlpool appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked back and then continued forward. This flame world had left a good impression on him. It was time to go home. Queen Xianji, you protected me last time when we passed through the huge whirlpool. This time I'll protect you. Yes. The two of them disappeared into the huge whirlpool. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the chaos in the universe exploded. Then, a figure rushed out in a slightly disheveled state. This huge whirlpool is really fierce. The person who appeared was Lin Ling. His face was extremely pale. Although he had found the path of the whirlpool with the help of the 10,000 elephant demon eyes, the process was very dangerous. He did not want to face such a terrifying power again. I'm back. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed as he strode forward. This was the Western world. Although it was Lin Ling's first time here, he was eager to go home. Therefore, he went straight to the martial god world. After spending some time, he finally arrived at Qing province. Everyone in the 3 great academies of Qing province thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling appeared in First Ring City. Hearing the voices of the passers-by, he frowned. He did not know what happened to Yu Yu and the others while he was away. However, at this moment, a commotion came from the front. A large number of people surrounded the street, pointing and talking. Lin Ling also looked over. There, he saw several disciples wearing the robes of the Resplendent Academy. They were defeated on the ground. Most importantly, those disciples were wearing the robes of the second generation. More importantly, Lin Ling knew those disciples. They were Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others. Not far from them, there were also disciples of the Resplendent Academy. They were the strongest second-generation disciples in the past, Genji. However, they lowered their heads and did not say a word, because the person who attacked them was a first-generation disciple from Third Ring City. A first-generation disciple was not someone they could fight against. Chapter 26-29. One by one, they were crippled. Isn't Resplendent Academy very impressive? Why are they acting like dogs now? One of the youths wearing a long robe sneered. It's Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation. They're so arrogant, actually beating people on the street and humiliating Resplendent Academy. Yeah, look at Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation, Gongqi. Even he doesn't dare to speak. However, the first generation bullying the second generation, this is too much. Under normal circumstances, the first generation wouldn't bully the second generation, but rumor has it that Lei Tianlan was bullied by Resplendent Academy's Lin Ling. Although he's dead now, many of the first generation want to avenge Lei Tianlan. Especially Lei Tianlan's fiancé, Yu Cheng. He even said that he'll beat up anyone who knows Lin Ling. The crowd discussed, knowing the reason for the conflict. Bah, only Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling was here, would you dare to be so arrogant? In front of Lin Ling, you're just a dog. Who knew that the humiliated Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword would be so stubborn? Although they were beaten black and blue, they wouldn't compromise at all. I love teaching this kind of arrogant fellows the most. Unfortunately, your boss, Lin Ling, is already dead. Moreover, even if he isn't dead, he wouldn't dare to appear because there are many people who want his life now, including me. Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation sneered, then stretched out his hand. I heard that you're Lin Ling's subordinate. Then I'll step on you and see where your so-called Lord Lin Ling is. Cripple him. Another person beside him said. Cripple? How ruthless. This is First Ring City. Don't talk about crippling someone's cultivation. Even if you kill someone, it's fine. Those first generations purposely captured him here. Hearing the first generation's words, the crowd's heart trembled. As for Gongqi, his eyes narrowed. If falling flower flowing water sword was crippled in front of him, then he, the strongest second generation, would be too ashamed to face anyone. However, he had just taken a step when the first generation members beside him looked over with icy gazes. This caused him to subconsciously stop in his tracks. He could only lower his noble head in the face of a first generation member. At the same time, the first generation expert sneered and grabbed the falling flower's water sword. This grab could absolutely cripple falling flower's water sword. Some of the more cowardly ones had already narrowed their eyes, because those who could enter the 3 great academies were not simple people. However, having one's cultivation crippled was undoubtedly like having one's bones pulled out and tendons pulled out. It was extremely painful. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed at him, followed by a loud bang. The sound was very loud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted, and their gazes were fixed on it. Nothing happened to the falling flower's flowing water sword. Instead, the unlucky one was the first generation. He was already smashed to the ground. A foot stepped on the first generation's cheek, flattening his nose. This scene could be described as shocking. When everyone's gazes followed the unlucky first generation, they immediately cried out in surprise, "Lin Ling!" Lin Ling, the strongest second generation of the 3 great academies, plus the fact that he dared to flirt with Lei Tianlan right after becoming a second generation, caused the 3 great academies to be abuzz with the name Lin Ling. Some of the flower protectors even declared that Lin Ling had died quickly. Otherwise, they would have punished this scum on behalf of the heavens. Of course, many people only dared to say such arrogant words because Lin Ling was not around. He still dares to come back? Some people cried out in surprise. Currently, there were many people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. According to common sense, even if Lin Ling was not dead, he should be hiding. Lin Ling. Genji also stared at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to appear, and in such a domineering manner. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Lin Ling sneered and moved his foot. A huge amount of realm energy flowed into his fist and slammed into the first generation's Dantian. The realm energy flowed into the Dantian and directly shattered the young man's Dantian. The young man bent over like a prawn and spat out a mouthful of blood as he screamed in pain. Crippled. That was the word in everyone's mind. Of course, no one was more surprised than the first generation because he felt that the realm river in his Dantian was collapsing. It was shattered by the punch. In the past, he was above everyone. If he pointed to the east, no one would dare to go west. But now, he had lost his capital. "You crippled me." Finally, he let out a furious roar. Bang! What greeted him was a kick. It was like kicking a gourd, sending him flying hundreds of meters down the street and finally disappearing without a trace. This kick was extremely domineering. "You crippled him?" The other first generations all widened their eyes. In fact, compared to Lin Ling's domineering action, they were more surprised by Lin Ling's strength. After all, not everyone could beat a powerful first generation like a dog. "Didn't you want to see me? Now I'm back." Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the first generations. After saying that, he attacked like lightning. He moved like thunder and punched like lightning. He's attacking again. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was the strongest second generation. Now, he was challenging several first generations? Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the first generation that he was afraid of. His fist smashed into the Dantian of the first generations. They couldn't react at all. They could only feel the power of the realm river sweeping over them and a terrifying power gushing out from their backs. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a second and a third. The first generations all spat out blood as their Dantian completely collapsed. In reality, they were the weakest in the first generation, second only to Sheng Xiaobao. Before Lin Ling went to the flame world, he didn't fear this kind of first generation, let alone now. And those first generations spat out blood as they fell to the ground powerlessly. They stared at Lin Ling with only fear in their eyes. When Lin Ling wasn't here, They were arrogant and domineering and didn't think much of Lin Ling. But after Lin Ling returned, they knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. In reality, this was their first time seeing Lin Ling. But the first time they met, this greeting was very heavy, turning them directly into cripples. Most importantly, this was First Ring City. Not to mention that Lin Ling crippled them. Even if he killed them, the three great academies wouldn't care. Sir. At this moment, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others got up with ecstasy on their faces. What happened? Lin Ling's expression was still cold. He sensed that in his absence, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others were under great pressure. It's Lei Tianlan. Falling Flower, Flowing Water immediately said. It turned out that although Lin Ling wasn't here, Lei Tianlan didn't get the space-time divine steel, so she resented the people around Lin Ling and made many first generations attack them. And although Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, he was clearly not famous in the first generation. No one feared him. So, more first generations still gave face to Lei Tianlan. Chapter 2630. Boiling Rage. Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling coldly roared, causing the surrounding people to tremble. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel a cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it did not seem like it belonged to the strongest second generation, but the strongest first generation. After that, Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people and left with Falling Flowers, Flowing Water sword and the rest. That's Lin Ling? That's really fierce. That roar from before actually caused my boundary spirit to tremble. From what I can see, his strength has already entered the first generation. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding martial artists were all excited. As for the second generation of Resplendent Academy, they were all fired up. When they were bullied before, no one dared to stand up for them, not even Genji. But now that the strongest second generation had arrived, he was able to dominate the entire street. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Genji. He looked at the first generation on the ground in shock. These are all first generation, true immortal experts. Fuck. He knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him, and should be able to defeat some of the first generation. But to cripple them like cutting vegetables and melons, this was not as simple as defeating them. No wonder he can stand above me. I can't compare to him. Genji said with a long sigh. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had a whole new level of respect for him. This was precisely Lin Ling. He, Genji, had grown in this period of time, but Lin Ling's growth was even faster. At this moment, Lin Ling's goal was the Rainforest City Market. Through the conversation, he knew that the Rainforest City Market was currently under great pressure. The one who attacked was not Lei Tianlan, but a first generation from Resplendent Academy. This first generation was called Zhao Ritian. He rarely appeared in Resplendent Academy, but when he did, even a dragon would have to bow down. And Genji was the best example. Most importantly, Zhao Ritian was from Resplendent Academy, but he actually helped other academies to bully his own people. Yu Yu and the others didn't invite Sunset Glory? Lin Ling asked Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. Yu Yu and the others did not wish to trouble Senior Luo Riyao and the others. Although Zhao Ritian was arrogant, he did not dare to kill anyone. Therefore, Yu Yu and the others took responsibility for it. Even Vice Principal Gong did not know about this. The chess boy immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood the painstaking efforts of Yu Yu and the others. Powerful warriors like Luo Riyao could help him once, but not forever. He still had to rely on himself for everything. If they owed Lin Ling too many favors, they would have to repay them in the future. Therefore, Yu Yu and the others did not want to bring trouble to Lin Ling. I got it. I'll head back immediately. Lin Ling nodded and quickened his pace. Walking forward, Lin Ling arrived at Second Ring City and headed straight for the Rainforest Market. Before he even got close, he saw that there was no one around the Rainforest Market, and the walls were filled with blood-red words. Widow. Debt must be repaid. Those words were so shocking that no one dared to go near the Rainforest Market. As for the word, widow, it was referring to Yu Yu and Xian Yuange. It meant that Lin Ling was dead. And all of this was done by Zhao Ritian. Although he did not dare to kill Yu Yu and the others, his actions were even more vicious than murder. Around the market, there were a few passers-by who were pointing and laughing at them. "Get out of the way!" Falling flowers, flowing water and the others opened a path in front, causing the passers-by to laugh in disdain. "How dare you be so arrogant when the sun has set?" Hearing those words and looking at the words on the wall, Lin Ling's eyes turned red instantly. An evil fire rose in his heart. Bang! He did not say anything. Taking a big step forward, he knocked away all the passers-by in front of him and entered the rainforest market. What an arrogant guy! Do you have a death wish? The passers-by who were knocked away felt pain in their shoulders and could not help but shout angrily. Wait, isn't that the shopkeeper of the rainforest market? It can't be, right? Isn't he dead? It's definitely true. In the past, when he became the strongest second generation, I saw his return with my own eyes. How glorious was he at that time! It's a pity that he offended the first generation. Many people cried out in surprise and some felt pity. Offending the first generation, and the other party was a force from Four Ring City. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was no match for them. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the market. Suddenly, his cold face was filled with malevolence. The market was in a mess. Spiritual herbs and pills were scattered everywhere and were trampled to pieces. The pill furnace had collapsed and was full of junk. The pressure that Zhao Ritian gave to the rainforest market was indeed not small. At this moment, in the market, people were gathered in twos and threes. They were listless. Falling flowers, flowing water and flowing water, how many times have I told you? Don't go out at this time to avoid trouble. You and Sakura better behave yourselves. A clear and melodious voice sounded, carrying resentment. It was Yu Yu. However, falling flowers, flowing water and flowing water did not care. Instead, he shouted happily, "You, look who's back." This shout was not important, but it made the market even quieter. Everyone stood up and turned their heads to look. Suddenly, they were excited. "Master! Lin Ling! Brother Ling!" Voices rang out crazily as everyone rushed over. The anger in Lin Ling's heart disappeared quietly, and he revealed a warm smile. These people were Lin Ling's people. No matter what danger Lin Ling encountered, they still believed that Lin Ling would return. They were all waiting for Lin Ling. There were many people. Other than Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu, there were also Lin Ling's 3 disciples, the Fire Spirit Princess, Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and some geniuses from the rainforest sacred land, such as Lai Qing, Yang Gan, and the others. These people had fought alongside Lin Ling. They were Lin Ling's companions. "I'm back." Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but say, "We knew you would come back." Everyone replied immediately. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was dead, they had gone through countless ups and downs with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling had created countless miracles. This time, he would definitely not die. Lai Qing Yang Gan. Lin Ling looked at these 2 familiar faces. These 2 were once saint sons of the 6 holy lands and had memories with Lin Ling that couldn't be erased. Afterwards, Lin Ling's growth had been too fast, causing them to also go out adventuring. He never imagined that after so long, they would be the 3rd group of people from the rainforest sacred land to arrive at Martial God World. We're here. Lai Qing and Yang Gan glanced at each other. Yang Gan immediately smiled. Although they were only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, Lin Ling could feel a mysterious aura from their bodies. These 2 fellows must have had some lucky chance. Lai Qing didn't speak. She was as cold and indifferent as before, standing there with her sword in hand. However, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. This was because as soon as she arrived at the city square, she saw the miserable state of the city square. This caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. To her, Lin Ling was her big brother, her senior apprentice brother. She could not tolerate others humiliating Lin Ling. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu were held onto Lin Ling's hand. But as Lin Ling saw their haggard complexions, his heart ached. It was clear that during this time, Yu Yu and the others had suffered a great deal. Chapter 2631. Goodbye. Big brother. Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling. They quickly smiled and said, "It's okay. Although those guys are arrogant, they obviously don't dare to kill anyone. They are only venting their anger." They naturally knew who the main culprit was, but such a character was not someone that Lin Ling could provoke. "That's right, do you remember your big brother?" Suddenly, Yu asked in surprise. She seemed to want to divert Lin Ling's attention. "Big brother." Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He had many brothers in his life, but only two of them had the best relationship. One was the ancient flame demon, and the other was the long-lost Sakura. In the past, Sakura had gone out for adventure and had not returned for a long time. Even Lin Ling had thought that his big brother had fallen. After all, going out for adventure was a narrow escape. "Fuck, you little bastard, if my sister-in-law didn't tell me to cause trouble, I would have already torn down your city square." At this time, a deep voice sounded from the door, causing Lin Ling to excitedly look back. That tall and sturdy figure, that overbearing aura, everything was so familiar. "Big brother." Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. The man stopped and looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. Suddenly, his square face revealed a look of excitement, and his eyes became moist. He was Sakura, the big brother that Lin Ling had met in the Seven Profound Martial House. "Second brother." Sakura roared and threw himself at Lin Ling. Big brother, you are not dead." Lin Ling was also the same. The two of them hugged each other. Although they did not have the same blood flowing in their bodies, their feelings were closer than blood brothers. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Sakura had been deceived by the second dream, so he went out for adventure. In addition, the second dream had followed Lin Ling, so Sakura might not have had the face to come back. But now that Sakura had returned, he had clearly seen through all of this. "I've wronged you all these years." Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said with guilt in his eyes. He knew very well what Lin Ling had done for the holy land of the rainforest. It was his second brother who had protected his hometown. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where have you been all these years?" Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had already walked through the entire rainforest's sacred land, but he didn't see Sakura. Clearly, Sakura had appeared in a place that he didn't know about. "I came to the Qing province earlier than you because someone brought me here, and you know that person as well." Di Jetian said mysteriously. "Who is it?" Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. To be able to bring Sakura from the rainforest's sacred land to Qing province, this strength was absolutely terrifying. However, the rainforest holy land didn't seem to have such an expert. Could it be her? Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the only person in the rainforest that he couldn't see through was his grandmother. Grandma Wendao. Hee, second brother is so smart, you should have guessed it. Sakura said, "Some things aren't as simple as you think. When it's time for you to know, you will know. The reason why I didn't tell you was to protect you." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He also thought of the mysterious cloaked man he met in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. The latter had also secretly helped him. "You've reached the third level of true God realm." Subsequently, Lin Ling stared at Sakura and said, "That's for sure. Otherwise, how can I be your big brother?" Sakura proudly laughed and looked at Lin Ling with a pampering gaze. He hadn't been in the market square for long, but he saw the scene of the market square being humiliated. At that time, he flew into a rage and almost tore down the street. It was Yu who stopped him, saying that she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, he was still unwilling because Lin Ling was his younger brother, someone he had to protect for his entire life. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. The waters of the martial god realm are very deep, but if you want to bully a brother from my hometown, you're looking down on me too much. Second brother, you only need to say one word. Are you going to do it or not? Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. The others were silent. Although they were also furious, they knew that this was no small matter. After all, the other party came from the Fourth Ring City. Not to mention entering that place, they didn't even know if there were any ancient factions inside. Do it. However, Lin Ling's gentle words made them laugh. That's right, do it. Hearing this, Yu was delighted. Obviously, she had also suffered a lot, but she still said worriedly, "Brother Ling, they are forces that even Senior Luo Riyao and the others are afraid of." Yes. Even if the divine monarch of the great Azure Divine Dynasty is here, he still has to do something. Lin Ling said word by word. "Ha, good. Today we brothers will fight side by side." Ha! Sakura gave a heroic smile. He remembered that in the past at the Seven Profound Martial House, he and Lin Ling had dominated the martial house. At that time, he had given the impression of being overbearing, but Lin Ling had given the impression of being frivolous. The two brothers had smashed all the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House to the ground and dominated the Seven Profound Martial House. That was also the happiest time of his life. "Oh, then you should be careful." Xian Yuangur sighed. He knew that once Lin Ling decided on something, no one could change it. "Good, let's do it." "Ha, will help from the side." Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others laughed because they had been waiting for Lin Ling to speak. Of course, they also looked at Sakura in awe. When this guy had first arrived, he had the attitude of someone who would destroy the heavens if the heavens did not accept him. At that time, if they hadn't reported their background, they would have already been smashed to the ground. And now, such an overbearing character was actually Sir Lin Ling's brother. This was their good fortune. This Sakura seems to be someone from the great Azure Divine Dynasty. The chess boy secretly said. He didn't think that Sir would know such a tyrannical character. "I know, he has definitely been to Five Ring City." Falling Flower Flowing Water also quietly replied. Then they followed Lin Ling out of the market square. At this moment, outside the market square, a large number of martial artists were watching. They were surprised that Lin Ling had returned. "Where is Zhao Ritian?" Lin Ling coldly shouted. "Sir, Zhao Ritian is the Grand Master of Wei Lan Market. He is at the end of the street. They have stolen all of Rainforest Market's business, but the master behind Zhao Ritian is the Sovereign Marquis." Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately said. This guy seemed to have investigated the other party's background. Obviously, he knew that this day would come. "Good, Wei Lan Market is it? Today I will tear it down." Lin Ling sneered and strode forward. "What? The background behind Wei Lan Market is not small. I heard that it is the Sovereign Marquis. This Lin Ling actually dares to touch the Sovereign Marquis's territory? How arrogant!" The crowd discussed animatedly, and their faces turned pale. Then in their eyes, Lin Ling had already moved forward. "Let's follow and see." Yeah, Lin Ling is courting death. After all, Zhao Ritian is the one who is ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. How can Lin Ling be his opponent? Many people moved forward with the intention of watching a good show. Lin Ling and the others soon arrived at Wei Lan Market. It had to be said that this market square was filled with customers. Moreover, the decoration was extremely gorgeous, and the plaque on the door was a precious immortal treasure. This meant that the master behind this market square was not small. Chapter 2632. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? What are you doing? Cutting the queue? At this moment, customers were entering the market one after another. Some of the warriors looked at Lin Ling's group coldly. They thought that Lin Ling's group was here to buy something, but they didn't line up. Too arrogant. Hee, I'll give you a choice. Get lost immediately, or I'll tear you apart. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, Sakura spoke first. He was even more arrogant than Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile helplessly. Big Brother must have followed a big shot before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence. What did you say? That warrior was enraged, and so were the others, because they had never seen such an overbearing character. Hee. Sakura laughed, stretched out his palm, and said indifferently, "Do you see this slap?" "I see it, so what?" That warrior immediately frowned. "Nothing, just use it to hit dogs." Sakura roared, and his palm fiercely swung out. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted. Those warriors seemed to have been attacked by a storm, and actually flew out of Second Ring City. This slap directly made the people on the street open their mouths, and there was silence. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Big Brother's strength was so strong. He was very sure that Sakura definitely had a divine body, and now he was hiding his strength. This made Lin Ling curious. Big brother followed Dao Grandma. What exactly did he experience? Second brother, do you want to do it or should I do it? Sakura then looked at Lin Ling and made Lin Ling nod. Big brother should do it. Alright. Sakura nodded proudly and punched out. Countless sounds of bones colliding rang out. That punch actually turned into a huge white bone fist and fiercely smashed on the plaque. Rumble. That immortal treasure plaque immediately shattered, and the entire market that was more than 10 floors was also on the verge of collapsing. This punch was so terrifying. The people on the street were scared silly again. One must know that in Second Ring City, there had never been such a terrifying expert. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked. Then, he smiled proudly and strolled into the market. Wei Lan Market? Bullshit. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others followed Lin Ling. They stepped on the broken plaque on the ground and couldn't help but mock him. Of course, they were more proud and elated. Are you trying to steal our business? It's just that our sect leader isn't here. If he returns, we'll tear down your sect's plaque. After entering, the city square was completely silent. Whether it was the guests or the people in the city square, they all frowned as they looked at Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the sovereign marquis territory. Several of the more powerful first-generation experts were sneering at the corners of their mouths. They were thinking about how these idiots were going to compensate them. Who is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. However, before they could even speak, Lin Ling roared, shaking the entire city to the brink of collapse. This caused the expressions of those first-generation elites to become furious. They hadn't even flared up, yet this person had already flared up? Did they think this was a market? Sir, who are you? Do you know who's here? One of the young men with long flowing hair who was sitting on a chair said indifferently. He held a pill bottle in his hand and seemed to be tasting the pill. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling's group. He was filled with strong confidence. It's Peerless, someone said in fear. That person was a first-generation elite from Tsang Ning Academy. His strength was ranked 70th. If he wasn't recruited by the Sovereign Marquis, such an elite wouldn't have appeared in Second Ring City. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. This caused the eyes of the elites in the city square to flicker. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do. However, they could see that Lin Ling was only at the first level of True God Realm. This strength was considered pretty good in Second Ring City. Of course, the premise was that these powerful first-generation elites weren't in Second Ring City. Lin Ling came in front of the long-haired young man. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the pill bottle from the young man's hand and poured the pill over the young man's head. It was as if he was pouring water. This frivolous action undoubtedly caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That guy was crazy. At this moment, all the elites in the city square narrowed their eyes and almost attacked. However, the storm seemed to be suppressed and didn't erupt. How terrifying! The oppressive atmosphere made the elites who were watching a good show quietly retreat because this wasn't a battlefield they could join. Do you know what you're doing? The storm didn't erupt because Peerless didn't attack. He asked coldly, "You're smelling the pill?" "I'm sorry, after I came back, I saw the pills in my house scattered on the ground and trampled on by others. I was very unhappy, so you should know what I'm doing." Peerless seemed to be angry, but Lin Ling's anger wasn't any smaller than his. After saying this, Lin Ling smashed the pill bottle in his hand on Peerless' head. Clang! The pill bottle broke under the force and glass flew everywhere. Although it couldn't hurt Peerless, it was still a huge humiliation. Peerless asked Lin Ling if he knew what he was doing. Lin Ling's answer was that the pill bottle exploded his head. Go to hell! Peerless was completely enraged, causing the entire city square to shake. His aura rose steadily and he stood up crazily. Seeing this, Indra's eyes turned cold and he was ready to attack. However, Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. The two Dantian's boundary rivers merged instantly. Boundary essence condensed on Lin Ling's fist and he punched out. Boom! That punch landed on Peerless' face and twisted his face. However, Time seemed to have stopped, and that punch didn't send Peerless flying. This didn't surprise many people. Peerless was a second-level true god. How could Lin Ling shake him? However, this was only temporary. In the next moment, the void exploded and Peerless flew backward as if he was hit by a spring. With a bang, he smashed into the wall, causing a clear crack to appear on the wall, and it continued to expand. Then, an unconscious figure slid down from the wall like a pile of shit. This was still the city square's defense that was obviously not weak. Otherwise, that punch would have sent Peerless out of the second ring city. This simple and violent scene caused the city square to fall silent. Even Indra's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was only a first-level true god. However, he didn't rely on martial arts and relied on boundary essence power to send a second-level true god flying. This made Indra's mouth reveal a smile. His second brother seemed to have hidden his strength and was always mysterious. Even though he had witnessed countless geniuses in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and there was no lack of Heaven's chosen children, in his opinion, Lin Ling was even more terrifying than those ancient Heaven's chosen children. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. Next, Lin Ling roared again. However, at this moment, no one thought that he was crazy. Especially those martial artists who saw Indra smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they realized that the arrogance of that handsome young man wasn't any weaker than Indra. Chapter 2633. Swordsman. Especially those martial artists who saw Sakura smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they discovered that the arrogance of that handsome youth wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Sakura. As for the first-generation members of the elite shops, their faces were pale. Juesher was not weak among them, but he was still sent flying by a single punch. This mysterious young man was too terrifying. If that punch had landed on their bodies, they might not have been sent flying, but rather, they might have been blasted into pieces. Most importantly, they still didn't know what kind of monster he was. Who is ruining this daddy's market square? At this moment, a skinny figure finally walked down from the second floor. He was Zhao Ritian. However, despite his mighty name, he looked like he could not bear the burden. He was not tall, and his face was devoid of any flesh. When he was angry, he revealed his yellow front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked wretched. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had thought that the person who dared to bully Yu and the others would definitely be a valiant general. Who would have thought that it would be such an ugly person? Of course, although Zhao Ritian was ugly, he was not weak. He had received the mantle of an elder in the Resplendent Academy. That elder was called Xia Rin, an old enemy of Ancestor Dragon Granny. He was also the elder who had repeatedly targeted Lin Ling. However, Zhao Ritian did not disappoint. After becoming the first generation, he managed to get into the top 60 of the Heavenly Surpass list. One had to know that the Heavenly Surpass ranking was a generation's battle prowess ranking. Those who were able to enter the ranking had strength that couldn't be underestimated in Three Ring City. Second brother, this person is not simple. Let me handle him. At this moment, Socrateon said secretly. This was because Zhao Ritian was a third-level true god. No need, I want to break his yellow teeth. Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly, Why did you cause such a ruckus in my marketplace? Zhao Ritian looked coldly at Lin Ling as he walked down from the second floor. Because you destroyed my market square first. Lin Ling said bluntly. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, You're Lin Ling? You're not dead? He's Lin Ling? As soon as his words came out, the crowd immediately cried out in alarm, especially those of the first generation who were scared out of their wits. Their eyes trembled uncontrollably. This was Lin Ling? Wasn't Lin Ling the strongest second generation? How could he defeat the first generation as easily as swatting a fly? Could it be that after the Battle of Pride, Lin Ling had increased his strength again? This cultivation speed was indeed monstrous. Senior brother Zhao Ritian, kill him. Those first-generation elites immediately shouted. Lin Ling made them feel a strong pressure. A genius like Lin Ling must not be allowed to live. No wonder you came looking for me. So you're Lin Ling. But don't you think you're courting death? Zhao Ritian smiled. He was a little excited because Lin Ling had offended many big shots. If he could kill him, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. You're a member of the Radiant Academy's generation, yet you're helping an outsider to bully a member of the Radiant Academy. How shameless can you be? Lin Ling retorted. I like it. You're bragging about me. Who knew? Zhao Ritian shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Ling, kneel down when you see your senior brother. The other generations also shouted angrily, as if they had found their backbone. Those words made Lin Ling's eyes turn even colder. You're a swordsman, aren't you? At this moment, Zhao Ritian stared at the sword dao behind Lin Ling's back. A sharp aura shot out from his body and turned into boundary swords. At the same time, divine light seemed to sprinkle down from the 9 heavens, enveloping his body. This was his awakened divine body, Zen Sword Enlightenment. It had reached the 6th grade. This was a rare sword talent. According to legend, every sword was a type of martial art. There were flame sword, thunder sword, wind sword, and so on. They were all extremely powerful. An ordinary swordsman could only comprehend one type of sword in their lifetime. However, Zhao Ritian had a total of 18 swords, representing 18 sword daos. Moreover, among the 18 swords, several of them contained sword heart. So powerful! Zhao Ritian is indeed ranked 68th on the heavenly crossing list. A 6th grade awakened divine body and a sword talent. In the Resplendent Academy, he's definitely the strongest swordsman. I heard that in the Resplendent Academy, Zhao Ritian had cultivated in the sword dao, flame dao, wind dao, thunder dao, and so on. The other generations exclaimed in admiration. Although they were all from the same generation, Zhao Ritian was much stronger than them. So powerful. Sensing the sharp sword aura, falling flowers and flowing water swords expressions changed drastically. Although they already knew that the first generation was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. This was because he had cultivated in the sword dao and flame dao, but Zhao Ritian had cultivated in all the martial dao. No wonder he was ranked 68th on the heavenly crossing list. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was more powerful than the 2 sect leaders of the flame world. I know that you're unwilling to accept it. However, you need to have the ability to do so. The waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. Not to mention those seniors, even I will never be able to cross over. Swords of different colors floated around Zhao Ritian. He said indifferently, moreover, you also use the sword. Do you have the ultimate sword dao? Go, comprehend the Zen world sword. He waved his long robe and ordered the 18 swords to shoot towards Lin Ling. They were as fast as lightning, reaching the speed of the 3 realms. Those without sword talent are not qualified to use the sword. Accompanied by the shadows of the swords was a confident voice. Seeing this, countless people's breathing quickened. A powerful first generation had made his move. How would Lin Ling deal with it? Lin Ling was the strongest second generation and could defeat many first generations. However, he should not be a match for Zhao Ritian. The sword is the sword. It is not something that can only be cultivated by those with sword talent. The sword represents the person, not the talent. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his robe and the tyrannical song sword behind him floated up. The shadows of the swords surged and the murderous aura was extremely dense. It turned into 81 swords that covered the sky. Ashura sword formation? There are 81 swords. Lin Ling's sword dao is also powerful. It's useless. Relying on martial arts won't be able to match the talent. Many people started to discuss and their emotions were inexplicably surging, especially Yu and the rest. They knew that this battle was also the battle that would allow Lin Ling to gain a foothold in the first generation. Boom boom boom. Clang clang clang. The collision of swords was colorful. Moreover, both of them were experts in the sword dao. When they clashed, the entire market was unscathed. This showed how crazy their understanding of the sword was. I heard that you have the heart of the sword. Let me see how powerful your heart of the sword is. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed and he was slightly surprised. It was rumored that Lin Ling had cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. However, he still believed that the sword Dao martial arts were unorthodox. Only talent was everything. Without a talented swordsman, cultivating the sword would be a waste of effort. Look, Lin Ling's swords are starting to crumble. He's going to die. At this moment, everyone was ecstatic. This was because although Lin Ling had many swords, they were obviously inferior to Zhao Ritian's swords. They were all being destroyed. Chapter 2634. I like it. Come on, brag about me. Clang. The 81 swords were indeed collapsing. Even though Lin Ling had fused his two dantians, he could only barely block Zhao Ritian's swords. Furthermore, as time passed, Zhao Ritian's colorful swords surrounded Lin Ling from all directions. Lin Ling, there was no way out. There's a difference of two realms. Furthermore, Lin Ling is not a match for a swordsman with powerful attacks. Some of the ancient martial artists outside the market sighed and shook their heads. They knew the purpose of Lin Ling's visit, so they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He actually dared to come to Weilon Market to take back his reputation. Unfortunately, in this world, courage could not change anything. Strength was what mattered. However, at that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Zhao Ritian's swords had already sealed Lin Ling's path. He thought that he would be able to kill Lin Ling with his swords, but one of his swords was suddenly broken. What? Zhao Ritian let out a cry of surprise. Breaking his sword meant that his innate talent had been cut off. Second brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Sakura, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed. This was because he saw that among the 81 swords, 2 of them were extremely extraordinary. Under the 2 swords, not only did they protect Lin Ling, they also broke the enemy's swords. Clang. Furthermore, the crisp sound continued to ring out. Zhao Ritian's 18 swords were broken one after another. This scene shocked the surrounding people. Furthermore, they saw that only 2 swords had appeared around Lin Ling. They were the 2 swords that had broken everything. Impossible! Clip sword, the Zhao Ritian roared and pointed with one hand. Traversing sword, go. Flourishing sword, go. The 3 swords he spoke of were extremely extraordinary. They were all existences with sword hearts. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to break his sword that possessed sword heart. The way of the sword is vast and varied. It is as vast as the universe. How can one only reach the top with talent? Some people spend tens of thousands of years to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people only use one sword in their entire lives. They don't have great talent in the way of the sword, but their sword is like a person. They also reach the peak of the way of the sword. At this time, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, as if he wanted to prove something. The 2 swords in front of him began to spin wildly. One was a fast sword, while the other was the tyrannical song sword. However, they were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. The 2 swords complemented each other very well. The quick sword suppressed Zhao Ritian's sword while the large sword attacked. That perfect control made everyone exclaim in surprise. It was an eye-opener. Rumble. After the attack, Zhao Ritian's sword of Eclipse instantly broke apart. Moreover, the remaining 2 swords with sword heart also broke apart when they collided. Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? In fact, the people around him were even more surprised than Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was one of the strongest of the generation. His sword techniques were profound, and he had left his mark in all the martial department of the Resplendent Academy. However, a swordsman like him had his sword broken? It was easy for a swordsman to defeat him, but breaking his sword was the hardest. That sword of yours is not an ordinary sword. Zhao Ritian looked at the tyrannical song sword in horror. At this time, he finally realized that it was an immortal artifact. Moreover, to be able to break his sword heart, the chaotic energy within it must be at least Tier 2. This meant that the ancient sword was at least a Tier 4 immortal artifact. In addition to Lin Ling's sword heart, this meant that Lin Ling possessed chaotic energy that was beyond Tier 3. After all, a single sword heart only represented a single level of chaotic energy. I, Zhao Ritian, am not convinced that you are relying on external objects. Zhao Ritian roared at the sky. His 18 swords were broken, and he was also seriously injured. You're not convinced? At this moment, Lin Ling was like the sword monarch. He walked forward step by step. The sword heart floated in front of him, and the tyrannical song sword fell into his hand. You defeated other swordsmen with your talent. How can they be convinced? Cold. Zhao Ritian opened his mouth wide, unable to refute Lin Ling's cold voice. You said that sword Dao is the true Dao, and those without sword Dao are not qualified to practice the sword. Then, you lost to my tyrannical song sword today. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling's voice became domineering. Zhao Ritian was once again unable to refute. He believed that those with sword Dao were the true swordsmen. However, Lin Ling relied on an immortal artifact to break his talent. What did this mean? This meant that all roads lead to Rome. In the path of sword Dao, there was no absolute. To some of the weaker martial artists, this battle was tantamount to opening up a path. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's pupils were trembling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was completely different from the rumors. There were only two explanations. 1. Lin Ling was hiding his strength. 2. Lin Ling's strength had increased crazily during this period of time. Of course, between the two, he was more willing to believe the first. If the second was true, then Lin Ling's growth was too terrifying. I admit defeat. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, Zhao Ritian hurriedly shouted. He was no longer as confident as before, and his aura was extremely weak. Admit defeat. You should know that I will definitely kill you, just like how you want to kill me. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward. His voice was cold. Killing Zhao Ritian was also to make an example out of him. He wanted to let the people of the 3 major academies know that they should not provoke him, Lin Ling. This was Yu Cheng's idea. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You should look for him. Moreover, the owner of the market is the sovereign marquis. Aren't you afraid that he will settle the score with you? Zhao Ritian suddenly thought of something and became more confident. The sovereign marquis. When these words came out, many people subconsciously trembled. That was a ruthless person who killed people like flies. The sovereign marquis, I will look for him sooner or later. As for Yu Qing, I don't know him. However, if he dares to provoke me, the only outcome is death. However, Lin Ling did not care about those threats at all. He wanted to let Zhao Ritian know that Lin Ling was the kind of person who could do anything when he was angry. I have no grudges with you. Why don't you let me go? Why do you have to kill me? Zhao Ritian supported his injured body and kept retreating. If you're talking about a life and death grudge, there is indeed no grudge between us. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Ritian could not help but feel happy. Could it be that Lin Ling really did not want to kill him? However, this did not mean that he would let Lin Ling go. He wanted to let Yu Qing know that Lin Ling had returned and that he had a powerful sword in his hands. However, just as he was thinking complacently, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out again. If you say that we have no grudges, but killing you, I like it. You can boast about me. This sentence was very familiar. Previously, when Lin Ling asked Zhao Ritian why he bullied his market, Zhao Ritian had replied that he liked it. You can boast about me. Now Lin Ling had answered him in the same way. This was the power of the strong. They could do whatever they wanted and be lawless. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted. There were thousands of words floating in his heart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him the chance to speak. Whoosh! Chapter 2635. Enter the Four-Ring City. But Lin Ling turned around and left. He drew his sword and stained it with blood. He had killed the first generation ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Plot. Even after Zhao Ritian fell to the ground, the vast market remained silent. The first generation from the 3 academies were trembling in fear. A single generation was born from millions of geniuses. Every single one of them was a proud son of the heavens in the myriad of worlds. But now, one of them had died right in front of them. This scene was too surreal. Lin Ling is so strong. The first generation did not dare to speak. They did not even have the courage to lift their heads and look at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not care about these clowns. He actually killed Zhao Ritian. Outside the city square, Genji and the other second generations of Resplendent Academy had pale faces. To them, this was something completely impossible. Let's go! Under Lin Ling's lead, Yu Yu and the rest followed excitedly. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. It seemed that every time Lin Ling returned from a trip, his strength would increase greatly. His improvement was faster than anyone else. If Vice Principal Gong and the rest were to know about this, they would be happier than them. Weilan Market. After walking out of the market, Lin Ling sneered. His heart skipped a beat. 81 swords were shot out once again, cutting down the luxurious market. The largest market in the entire street was like tofu, collapsing under everyone's gaze. Weilan Market, demolished. In this street, the Rainforest Market is the largest. Anyone who wants to buy something here must first enter my market. If my market is too busy, then they can go to other markets. This is the rule. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, setting the rules for this street. With these words, the street was in an uproar. The other market owners' faces changed. Lin Ling was so overbearing. They did not expect that when the Rainforest Market was under great pressure, they would just stand by and watch. So, Lin Ling might not give them any face? Your Excellency, you are too much. A shopkeeper of the market said with dissatisfaction. But before he could finish his words, someone beside him immediately pulled him back. Are you looking for death? If you anger him, he will tear down your market. You can't do anything about it. The shopkeeper's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't afford to offend the returning Lin Ling. Alas, the icing on the cake is precious, but the most important thing is to provide timely help. Many city lords sighed. In the past, when Lin Ling had become the strongest second generation, they had immediately tried to curry favor with him. Afterwards, when they learned that Lin Ling had provoked a powerful enemy, they had immediately distanced themselves from him. Now, they really didn't have the face to say anything. On the other hand, Lin Ling had resolved the matter of the market square, but his brows were still furrowed. You are thinking about Lei Tianlan, aren't you? Sakura was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he knew what Lin Ling was thinking. I have no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but she harmed me and almost killed me. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge, but the Qing province is vast and boundless. I don't know where to find Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling shook his head and said, how people treat me is how I treat them. Lin Ling's personality was that simple. As for Lei Tianlan's origin, perhaps she was indeed powerful, but this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. If she wants to kill me, I'll kill her back. She's in the 4th Ring City. Di Shirtian suddenly said, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. The 4-Ring City was even more ancient than the 3-Ring City. It was an even larger ancient city of martial arts. Currently, it was not a place that Lin Ling could casually enter. I have a way to bring you in, but after you enter, many things will be difficult to control. Second brother, do you dare to go? Sakura said again. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile, and immediately nodded. Why wouldn't I dare? Well, I'll go with you. Lei Tianlan harmed you, I can't take this lying down. Sakura immediately said, causing Yu Yu and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. That place was already very close to the core of the Qing province. If Lin Ling went, he didn't know if it would be dangerous. However, they knew Lin Ling's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him. Wait for me in the market. Lei Tianlan, I will definitely kill her. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others and said, then followed Sakura. The 4th Ring City seemed to be very close to this place, but an ancient wall separated the two worlds, as if it was the difference between a mortal and a god. When Lin Ling followed Sakura to the ancient city wall, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the city wall was actually an existence that surpassed immortal treasures. It was an extreme weapon. This is the 4 Symbols Divine Wall. No true God realm expert can break through it. Its defense is extremely terrifying. Sakura explained, and looked at the people who entered the city gate. Those who can enter the fourth ring city all have illustrious reputations, and the lowest cultivation is at the true god realm. As long as the strength of the first generation of the 3 academies increases, most of them rarely return to the academy, unless the academy specifically summons them. Therefore, they all stay between the 3rd ring city and the 4th ring city, because there are more experts and more treasures here, which is more suitable for their growth. It's indeed not weak. Lin Ling nodded, but he had a headache about how to enter the 4th ring city. Although he could definitely enter if he showed the martial seal, this would also expose his traces. If Lei Tianlan knew, it would also alert the enemy. If she disappeared again, Lin Ling would have a hard time finding her. Take this scabbard with you. At this time, Sakura took out a scabbard and handed over a mask. These 2 items were extremely extraordinary, which surprised Lin Ling because the mask and scabbard were both extreme immortal treasures, and there was a mysterious aura lingering around them. An item of the divine dynasty. Sakura smiled, and Lin Ling put on the mask first. Suddenly his aura was concealed, and others couldn't see through him. This made Lin Ling mutter, "Big brother shouldn't be an assassin in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, right? Why does he have such a treasure?" As for the scabbard, after putting it on, Sakura led Lin Ling forward. The experts guarding the gate were all in the True God realm, and one of them was even in the 5th stage of True God realm. However, they didn't stop Lin Ling and Lin Ling, as if they recognized the scabbard that Lin Ling was wearing. This showed that the scabbard was indeed an item of the divine dynasty. A 5th stage of True God guarding the gate, this 4th ring city is indeed profound. After Lin Ling entered the city gate, he immediately kept the scabbard and muttered. Looking up again, 4 ancient 4 symbols sat in the corner of the ancient city, and even from a distance, one could see their divine power. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that they were the real 4 symbols' divine beasts. One must know that since he started learning martial arts, Lin Ling had seen many 4 symbols' divine beasts, but those were all fake and there was no charm. That's the 4 symbols' divine mansion, whose status and strength are comparable to the Grand Secretary, a huge ancient force only below the Imperial Censor. Sakura explained, and then he waved at Lin Ling, "Follow me." Lin Ling nodded, but he also looked deeply at the 4 symbols' divine mansion, knowing that it was definitely in existence beyond the True God realm. Then, Lin Ling also stepped forward. On the way, Lin Ling sensed that the 4th ring city was also vast and boundless, like the world of the divine dynasty. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, but from time to time, there would be divine light shooting into the sky, reaching the universe. Chapter 2636. Xianling Long. Unknowingly, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. Although the dusky sky had no effect on the cultivators, it still caused their mood to become depressed. Because of the light rain outside, Treasure Ground Restaurant was bustling with activity. The restaurant was spacious, and the aroma of meat and wine permeated the air. These were all extremely precious meats in the myriad of worlds. None of the people who appeared here were weak. At this time, 2 figures walked in from the entrance. They were both wearing large cloaks, giving off a mysterious feeling. One of them vaguely revealed a strange mask, as if a ghost was smiling. However, everyone present was an expert, so they merely glanced at it indifferently because they also noticed that the masked person was only at the 1st level of the True God realm. This cultivation level was obviously at the bottom of the 4th ring city. Second brother, there are 4 treasure ground restaurants in the 4th ring city. The owner behind them is mysterious, but this restaurant can get some information, so we came here to try our luck. Those 2 were Lin Ling and Sakura. I heard that Tai Chijan obtained the position of tycoon. That guy just came to the 4th ring city and already obtained such a glorious title. He really can't be underestimated. Yes. His strength is ranked 42nd on the Heavenly Crossing list. I heard that he has a grudge with the Heaven Worship Camp's Marshal Yu Cheng. Now that he obtained the position, Yu Cheng can't be arrogant in front of him. Yes. Among the 3 great academies generation, Heavenly Saint Academy is still more powerful. That Feng Tianji also became a commander-in-chief. Most importantly, he didn't have a backer and relied on his strength to obtain the position. Yes, Feng Tianji is a member of the Heavenly Court. In fact, the Heavenly Court can be considered as a backer. Yes. In the restaurant, whispers could be heard. This was indeed a good place to gather information. At this time, another few figures walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. These 4 people's auras were extremely extraordinary. The men were handsome and had a heroic spirit, while the women were beautiful and had an aura that could topple cities. This was especially true for a woman wearing a green robe. Her long hair was like a waterfall that draped over her willowy waist. Wisps of green aura quietly spread out, causing her long hair to flutter occasionally. She was extremely extraordinary, and if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see 2 horns in her hair. Seeing this, the restaurant instantly fell silent. Because many had recognized the woman's origins, and they were surprised that such a woman with such status had actually come here as well. There are no more seats. The woman let out a clear and melodious voice that was very pleasant to the ears. Then her gaze landed on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. She smiled and said, "I saw some acquaintances. I'll go and greet them. Find a place and wait for me to come down." "Go, Sister Ling Long." A slightly younger girl at the side immediately replied, after which her gaze swept across the room. Unfortunately, the 1st floor was already filled with people. Only a chair in the corner was occupied by 2 people. "There are seats over there." The young girl immediately smiled and led the 2 men forward. Clang. Then, a bag of divine crystals was thrown onto the table by the young girl. She said indifferently, "I've taken a liking to this table. You can go outside the restaurant and eat." The 2 people on the table were Lin Ling and Sakura. They raised their heads in surprise and their eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Ling waved his right hand and also recognized the bag of divine crystals. "Take these divine crystals and disappear from my sight." Although he could see that the young girl was from the 4th ring city and her background wasn't small, to send him away with divine crystals, did she think he was a slave? Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't interested in those divine crystals at all. "What do you mean?" The young girl instantly frowned, as though she was greatly angered. Then her aura directly exploded. It was actually at the 2nd level of True God Realm. Most importantly, she was young and it was indeed rare for her to possess such strength. However, that little bit of aura of hers simply couldn't move Lin Ling at all. He still continued to drink with Sakura to his heart's content. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the young girl flew into a rage. The 2 men behind her also looked surprised. One of them, a white-haired young man, frowned as though he was thinking about something. "Yen Yun, what's wrong?" At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. The green-robed lady had already walked down and was walking over slowly. "These 2 are shameless. I only asked them to borrow a seat but they humiliated me." The young girl snorted coldly and inverted the truth. Because she directly used money to smash them and her words were filled with contempt for Lin Ling and Sakura. However, the green-robed lady was natural and unrestrained. She looked at Lin Ling and Sakura and smiled. "Sir, the restaurant is full. Your seat is empty. Can we sit down?" Although she wasn't angry, her tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. After speaking, she wanted to sit down. "Sorry, you're not welcome." However, Lin Ling also spoke, and his words shocked everyone in the restaurant. Even the green-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Her background wasn't small. Lowering herself to sit at the same table as Lin Ling was Lin Ling's fortune. Who knew, with some guidance from her, Lin Ling could walk sideways in the 4th ring city? Who would have thought that Lin Ling would directly reject her? "Xian Linglong, I have a seat here. Come over here. Over here." In an instant, a large number of voices came from the restaurant. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with mocking eyes, thinking that Lin Ling was a fool. "Thank you." The green-robed lady smiled and led the group away. Of course, there was displeasure in her eyes. She was the Azure Dragon Manor's young miss, Yet someone actually dared to reject her? If it weren't for her face, she would have taught that punk a lesson long ago. Compared to the other's enthusiasm, Lin Ling was indeed indifferent, shaking his head in disdain. No matter where you go, there will always be some servile people. Hee, not everyone has a lofty and unyielding character. Many people's arrogance is only shown in front of the weak. Only those who are arrogant in front of the strong are those who have a lofty and unyielding character. Sakura also laughed. Those people are so stupid, thinking that by flattering the Azure Dragon manner, they can soar to the sky in one step and be revered from then on. They don't know that to be revered, it depends on strength. Big brother is right. Lin Ling nodded, clinking his wine cup with Sakura's and drinking again. The people around them thought that they would regret it, but when they saw them drinking wine casually, they immediately felt uncomfortable. How hateful! This is the first time I've suffered this kind of humiliation. Meng Lu, Dan Quan, how about you help me teach him a lesson? At this time, in another corner of the restaurant, the young girl was glaring at Lin Ling with resentment, whereas the green-robed lady was chatting happily with the person next to her, as if she didn't hear anything. Obviously, she had heard it, but was just pretending not to care. Alright. Chapter 2637. Not simple. I'll go too. The young girl held the wine cup and her face was ferocious. I want to splash wine all over their faces. The three of them walked towards Lin Ling. Second brother, it seems like they won't give up. Noticing the three of them walking over, Indra played with his wine cup and sneered. Don't bother about them. If they dare to mess around, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling was still drinking his wine indifferently. Although his cultivation was the lowest here, his strength wasn't weak. Even if it was a 4th-level true god, he had the confidence to kill them. However, the others didn't see it that way. Those two guys are going to be unlucky. That young girl is from the underworld Sky Cavalry Hall. In the 4-ring city, she's second only to the 4 symbols divine mansion. I guess they'll be thrown out of the restaurant. Who knows, they might die in the ditch the next day. The surrounding people sneered as they drank their wine and watched the show. It wasn't their first time in the 4-ring city. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this ancient city was and how deep the water was. I really admire you guys. After offending us, you can still drink your wine so indifferently. The young girl took the lead to come to Lin Ling's side and said in a crafty manner, "The wine is good. Why don't you drink?" Lin Ling didn't even raise his head as he played with his wine cup and said. This indifference undoubtedly made the young girl even angrier. Do you know who I am? Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and we can continue drinking. A cold young man at the side was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling's indifference and said coldly. He was one of the strongest generation in the Tsongning Academy with a 3rd-level true god cultivation. Since when did a 1st-level true god have the right to act indifferent in front of him? If it wasn't for Xian Ling Long, he would have already taught them a lesson. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling and Indra finally raised their heads. Their eyes were extremely cold and an imposing manner like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled the air. The two of them had been through countless ups and downs since they started learning martial arts. That gaze actually made the young man's heart tremble. What a fierce look. In terms of cultivation, the young man was clearly higher than Lin Ling. However, in terms of combat experience, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for Sakura, he had obviously concealed his cultivation, but his eyes were even more domineering. At this moment, the young man was stunned. What are you waiting for? Attack them. However, the young girl couldn't care less and shouted even more angrily. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. However, that young man hadn't spoken when the white-haired young man who'd remained silent until now had spoken. The young woman was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, the white-haired young man spoke again. This time, he was speaking to Lin Ling. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. She is young and willful, so don't take it to heart. Let's leave immediately. What? This made the girl's eyes widen. Scram. Lin Ling sneered. He knew why the other party was tactful. It was because he knew that person. Come back. At this time, The green-robed woman in the distance also spoke. This made the young woman very unwilling, but she still led the two of them back. The white-haired young man looked deeply at Lin Ling and thought, he really didn't die. Meng Lu, what happened? After the young woman and the others sat down, the green-robed woman asked. Meng Lu, the strongest second generation in the past, had a mysterious origin. Her father had once told her that the martial god realm was vast and boundless, and many people had great backgrounds, and Meng Lu was one of them. Therefore, the green-robed woman had always treated Meng Lu as an honored guest. Do you still remember the Pride tournament? Yes. After sitting down, Meng Lu said indifferently. Pride tournament? The green-robed woman's eyes lit up. Originally, you were going to take first place, and even the big shots of Four Ring City were confirmed. However, a dark horse was born and defeated you, making you the second person of the second generation in the 3 great academies. Could he be? Yes. It's him. Meng Lu said. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly. He's the Lin Ling who was the talk of 3 Ring City? But isn't he dead? Yes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's Lin Ling. This damn guy took liberties with Lei Dun. The young woman also realized. However, they obviously didn't care. After all, he was just the strongest second-generation Lin Ling. To them, he was indeed like a servant. This guy is not simple. Don't underestimate him. However, Meng Lu's eyes became serious, which shocked the green-robed woman. There was no need to say more about Meng Lu's background, and he was also the master of Four Ring City who feared nothing. Now, such a person actually admitted that Lin Ling was not simple. This meant that Lin Ling had secrets that even she didn't know. Most importantly, Xian Linglong, don't you have a grudge against Lei Tianlan? Lei Tianlan is also holding a meeting of heroes. If you want to disrupt the meeting, you can call on Lin Ling. Meng Lu said again. With his strength, is he qualified? The green-robed woman frowned. I believe that his strength is not much weaker than mine. Meng Lu smiled, which surprised the green-robed woman again. Although Meng Lu was defeated in the Pride tournament, he was simply the chosen one. In a short period of time, he had crazily improved his strength. Now, he had rushed into the Heavenly Surpass list and was conservatively estimated to be in the 30th place. Such a monstrous genius, he admitted that Lin Ling was not weaker than him. This must be a joke. Are you sure? The green-robed woman obviously didn't believe it. I'm not 100% sure. It's just my intuition. However, Lin Ling has a grudge against Lei Tianlan. I'm afraid that he wants to kill her more than you do. So, with the same goal, we're friends for the time being. Meng Lu said lightly, which made the green-robed woman nod. If he's qualified, then let him participate. Outside Baodi Restaurant, the rain continued to drizzle. Lin Ling and Sakura seemed to be drinking, but in fact, they were also inquiring about the news. Finally, they learned that Lei Tianlan and the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had convened the Valiant Ensemble. Finally, we know her whereabouts. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, there must be a lot of experts participating in this ensemble. If we want to go, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Sakura frowned. Lei Tianlan had a strong background. If they alerted her, it would attract more experts. If they couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at that time, it would be more difficult to kill her. No matter what, we have to go to the meeting of heroes. Lin Ling also knew the difficulties, but he was determined to go. Whether it was for himself or for Yu Yu and the others, Lei Tianlan must be eradicated. The two of them walked and talked as they left the restaurant. Outside, night had fallen. The entire Four Ring City had just been lit, and it was thriving. However, that prosperous scene was actually piled up with countless bones under the city. Chapter 2638. Invited. I wonder how Yu Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although the distance wasn't too far, Lin Ling still missed them. Sakura also missed Sword Elder and the rest in his hometown. Then, the two of them walked and talked, reminiscing about their brotherhood in the past. But at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent arrived. This murderous intent was restrained and ordinary true gods couldn't sense it. Be careful. But Lin Ling and Sakura weren't ordinary people, so they warned each other. Lin Ling even sensed that the murderous intent was mixed with the might of the ultimate martial arts. Bang! Lin Ling's body burst out with flames and he activated the heaven and earth change. His speed reached the speed of 4 realms and he instantly dodged the murderous intent. Sakura was originally powerful. With a step, he also disappeared from the spot. Not bad, you didn't die. At the same time, on the roof of a house in front, a ghostly figure appeared. He seemed to have blended into the darkness. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes, he wouldn't be able to see him. Most importantly, that figure was a true god martial spirit. Looking at his previous move, it was a dagger as thick as a finger. After Lin Ling and the rest dodged it, it actually shot into the ground and disappeared. It didn't seem powerful, but its realm essence was restrained. If it landed on a person, it was enough to kill a true god martial spirit. But that's all. I think until now, you still don't know where I attacked. That silhouette spoke again, his voice filled with disdain. However, just as his voice faded, Lin Ling and Sakura appeared on the roof, causing that silhouette to cry out in surprise, "How did you guys find me?" Of course, he was surprised because he had a 6th grade awakened divine body, the body of black ink. As long as there was darkness, no one would be able to detect his trace. Even if he was in the shadow behind someone, that person wouldn't be able to detect him. Everything has its own rules. As long as there's a change, I'll naturally be able to detect it. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he pointed it at the other party. Sakura, on the other hand, sneered. Of course, he was also surprised by Lin Ling's agility. Previously, he was scared to death, afraid that Lin Ling would encounter an accident. Very good, you barely pass. I'm here to tell you a piece of news. Xian Ling Long, whom I saw during the day, wants to see you. That figure recovered its indifference and said indifferently, "So, you're here to inform us?" Lin Ling frowned. Informing us is one thing, but why do you want to kill us? If you can't even dodge Heimo's dagger, then there's no need for you to meet Xian Ling Long. That figure replied as if he was used to it. I understand. Lin Ling nodded as he scanned his surroundings. When he found the true god martial spirit's true body, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, his sword heart bloomed with its sharpness. Boom! That true god martial spirit didn't expect Lin Ling to slash out with his sword. It couldn't react in time and was immediately split into 2. Then, it exploded and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the street, a man spat out blood and his face was as pale as paper. His true god martial spirit was destroyed. His strength was crippled by at least 80%. Damn it! He roared angrily. However, just as his voice fell, 2 death-like voices appeared beside him as if they had been hiding beside him all along. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. I dare you to say that again. In the darkness, Sakura's cold smile was extremely ferocious. This caused that person's body to tremble. Although he was unwilling, he could only swallow his anger. I was only passing on a piece of news, but you destroyed my martial spirit. Passing on a piece of news, then ambushing us and taking our lives? Since that's the case, you can't even block my sword, then there's no need for you to pass on a piece of news. Lin Ling immediately replied with a cold smile. That person gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. You can't kill me. Otherwise, no one will lead the way. Previously, he had received Xian Linglong's order to recruit these 2 people. At that time, he was full of disdain and thought that Miss Xian Linglong had misjudged them. Therefore, he was dissatisfied and tested Lin Ling by splitting them into 2 and taking their lives. Who knew that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot? Why did the Xian Linglong you mentioned come to us? Lin Ling had doubts in his heart, so his sword was still pointed at that person. I can't say that. I can only say that this matter is beneficial to you. That person gritted his teeth and said. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer, causing his body to feel cold and he almost knelt down. However, this person's backbone was not bad. He gritted his teeth and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and said coldly, "Lead the way. If I know that this matter is disadvantageous to us, then you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." With that said, he and Indra strode forward in large strides. This is the strongest second-generation master Lin Ling? He's completely different from the rumors. His strength is extraordinary, and he does things flawlessly. Why would such a person be so stupid to take liberties with Lei Tianlun? There must be something hidden here. Behind the two people, that expert muttered to himself. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. At this time, inside a mansion in the Four-Ring City, a large number of experts were gathered outside the entrance. These people's strengths were not weak. They were all first-generation masters, and most of them were third-stage True God Realm masters. They seemed to be waiting for something, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. The Azure Dragon Manor's young miss is recruiting us. If we can enter the Azure Dragon Manor, then we can also enter the Great Azure God Dynasty. Dream on, there are only 12 spots, and a few of them have already been confirmed. The remaining 7 are competing, and you're not qualified to get a spot. Humph, Fong Ziyun, you're only ranked 84th on the Heavenly Crossing list, you're even less qualified. These geniuses were opposing each other with equal harshness. After all, the Azure Dragon Manor was one of the 4 great ancient mansions in the Four-Ring City, not to be underestimated. Entering the Azure Dragon Manor was a rare opportunity for geniuses without any background. Who knows, if they made a name for themselves, they might even be able to enter the Five-Ring City. Of course, the Avenue of Stars was right in front of them, but the competition was also extremely cruel. Have you decided? Which 7 people will enter? At this time, the door was pushed open, and an old man walked out, coldly asking, "I'll go. I'm stronger, I won't lose face for the Azure Dragon Manor." "Sir, do you really want to compete with me?" The powerful geniuses took advantage of this rare opportunity and shouted one after another. Wait. But right at this time, a voice that wasn't loud sounded, and then 3 people approached from the distance. The one in the lead was a man wearing a mask and a black cloak, speaking in a hoarse voice. "What are these 7 spots for?" His arrival made all the first-generation masters shudder. For some reason, they felt as if this person had walked out from the netherworld. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared because they noticed that this person was merely a first-stage True God Realm master. Chapter 2639. Who could stop him? The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling, smiling without saying a word. Obviously, he knew who Lin Ling was. The other geniuses were stunned for a moment, then they frowned unhappily. What was this guy trying to do? He actually dared to interrupt them? One of the powerful first generation barked coldly, "You want us to wait? And wait for you?" "I'm just asking the senior, I didn't ask you to wait." Lin Ling stopped, looking indifferently at the first generation as if he didn't know that the first generation's anger was boiling. "Do you know the consequences of interrupting us?" The first generation raised his head, looking down at Lin Ling, and there was even a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Although Lin Ling was dressed mysteriously, he was only a first-level True God Realm cultivator. His cultivation wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Forget it, they were competing for a spot, so it was better to show off his strength. "Didn't ask us to wait? I really admire your courage and guts. The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you, causing a foul atmosphere. True geniuses aren't buried. Today, I'll cripple you and let you know what it means to be a first generation." The first generation said indifferently, and a terrifying aura spread out. A finger with the speed of 2 worlds shot towards Lin Ling with the force of wind and lightning. The others sneered coldly, knowing that a tragedy was about to happen. But soon, a painful cry rang out. The first generation's finger was caught by someone, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His finger was directly broken. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there with one hand outstretched. His powerful godly devil physique didn't fear wind and lightning. He didn't even look at the first generation as he said, "The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you. Today, I'll cripple your finger and let you know what it means to overestimate yourself." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the first generation was sent flying like a kite. The surroundings were silent. That first generation's strength wasn't weak, a third-level true god realm expert. His attack was actually caught? How could they know that without a fourth-level true god realm expert, no one could touch Lin Ling? Sirs, please come in. The old man's eyes flashed as he spoke to Lin Ling. Lin Ling and Sakura instantly looked at each other and strode towards the door. As for the other first generations, their eyes were solemn. A first-level true god easily defeating a third-level true god. In fact, such a thing wasn't rare, but it rarely happened to them. But now, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. One had to know that the fact that they were able to enter the Four-Ring City meant that their strength was unquestionable. However, when a genius met a genius, the impact was not small. There's always someone better than you. The Great Azure State is indeed full of talents. The first-generation successors mumbled to themselves and retracted their auras. Previously, they seemed to have unrecognized talents, but now, they knew how weak they were. Off in the distance, the first-generation successor with the severed finger looked deeply at Lin Ling and the young man. He knew that Lin Ling was being merciful, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a severed finger. There are still 5 spots left. You can decide for yourselves. The old man looked at the first-generation successor standing outside the door, leaving behind a sentence before turning around and entering the mansion. The mansion was quiet, seemingly empty. Along the way, Lin Ling didn't sense any powerful auras, finally feeling relieved. A short while later, they arrived at a large hall that was even quieter. There were more than a dozen people inside, all of them sitting on chairs. Although they didn't look old, each of them exuded an imposing aura. The Great Ensemble is about to begin. Our goal is to interrupt the Great Ensemble, defeat all the opponents recruited by Lei Tianlan, and suppress the Thunder Note Manor's momentum. As long as you can do this, you can enter my Azure Dragon Manor. Clear. A clear and melodious voice drifted out, and it actually carried an unquestionable dignity. The others nodded in agreement. Outside the hall, Lin Ling and Sakura's eyes lit up, understanding the purpose of the other party's invitation. So it was for Lei Tianlan's Great Ensemble. She knows me? But Lin Ling was still doubtful. Someone among them must have sensed your aura through your mask, but it's also very strange. After all, that's the Profound Pond Mask, used by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Divine Guards to do some secret things for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Even a master surpassing the true god realm might not be able to see through the mask's concealment. Sakura was also puzzled. Looks like there's someone capable among them. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It should be him. He thought of Meng Lu he met in the restaurant. That guy's background was one of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious. Adding on the fact that they had fought before, he naturally had a way to sense Huang Xiaolong's aura. Let's go in, an acquaintance recommended us. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode into the hall. After the two of them entered, many people in the hall were surprised. Other than Xian Linglong and the others, everyone else was surprised. Say it, what are the conditions for me to join? Lin Ling went straight to the point the moment he entered. Insolent. As soon as his words came out, a dignified voice sounded. A tall and sturdy young man stood up in an instant, like an invincible god of war, causing the ground to shake. This young man was called Prince Wuchen. Being able to enter, his strength was obviously stronger than the first generation outside. And the fact was indeed so. His talent was a 7th-grade awakened physique. Moreover, he had the power to shake the opponent's spiritual energy. Most importantly, they were invited by Xian Linglong, therefore, they were grateful. However, Lin Ling's tone did not contain any gratitude. Instead, it was as if he was on the same level as Xian Linglong. Xian Linglong was the Azure Dragon Mansion principal's daughter. She had the qualifications to be looked up to. Those two people did not have such qualifications. Not to mention, although he was one of the candidates, he also wanted to prove in front of Xian Linglong that he was the strongest among them. Big brother, are you going to do it or should I? Seeing this, Lin Ling's mask was still as cold as ever, turning to look at Sakura. This time I'll do it. Sakura nodded lightly, taking a step forward. His powerful momentum rose steadily. like the Big Dipper stars, suppressing the world. Boom, boom, boom. Their momentum collided madly, and Prince Wu Chen's expression changed. He could not see through Sakura's momentum at all. When Sakura arrived in front of him, he roared, and his awakened physique erupted, wanting to shake all of Sakura's flesh and blood. Break for me! However, Sakura was like the undead king of hell. When his opponent's momentum enveloped him, his flesh and blood disappeared, turning into a skeleton. The scary thing was that this skeleton did not give off a gloomy feeling. Instead, it had the domineering aura of a king. Trash, get out of my way! A skeletal arm reached out, grabbing Prince Wu Chen's neck, and then threw him out of the hall. Bang! As the voice fell, everyone's heart trembled slightly. There was only one word in their mind: so strong. As for Prince Wu Chen, he was not injured, but his face was green and red, ashamed to the extreme. Previously, he questioned the two's qualifications, but Lin Ling and Xian Linglong told him that if they were not qualified, then trash like him was even less qualified. Chapter 2640. Below the Black Tortoise Mountain. Earlier, at the main entrance, one person was sent flying, and now that they were inside the mansion, another person was sent flying. Those two mysterious people's strength was too terrifying. Among the 20 spots, their strength was probably ranked in the front. If they knew that one of them was Lin Ling, who was the talk of the town, what would they think? Pa. At this time, crisp sounds of slapping rang in the air. The green-robed woman, Xian Linglong, said nonchalantly, "Welcome, welcome. However, there is no reward for participating in this year's great ensemble, and you don't need to pay anything. It's just that we have a common goal, that's why we're working together. Do you have any objections?" Xian Linglong added. She was young, but her way of doing things was flawless. Lin Ling nodded his head. Before this, he had thought that participating in the great ensemble would require him to pay something, but now, this was the best, each fighting for their own goal. Straightforward, then we'll set out immediately and arrive at the valiant great ensemble before dawn. Xian Linglong also stood up, leading the group out of the main hall. This woman, as a woman, is able to summon this generation's strength, truly amazing. Looking at Xian Linglong's decisive action, Lin Ling thought to himself. Most importantly, he could feel that Xian Linglong's strength was unfathomable, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Manor's daughter. The Azure Dragon Manor was born at the same time as the Azure Province. Their foundation is deep. As their descendant, her strength is definitely not bad. However, in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there are geniuses more powerful than Xian Linglong. Sakura explained, which made Lin Ling nod his head. After he discovered that these powerful forces, every single one of them was an ambitious person. Lei Tunlan was like that, and so was Xian Linglong. However, these two women were clearly competing with each other, and this also benefited Lin Ling. Subsequently, Lin Ling sensed a meaningful gaze looking at him. It was Meng Lu. Obviously, Meng Lu recognized Lin Ling. "I'm looking forward to your strength," Meng Lu muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. But Lin Ling knew that those words were directed at him. However, Dream Flow also reached True God Realm. His combat strength was likely extremely not weak too. Under the cover of the night, they walked along the four-ring city. Gradually, they arrived at the southeast part of the city. Black Tortoise Mountain sat on the ground. The mountain was covered with withered branches, which added to the desolate atmosphere. There were more and more people around, but the security was extremely tight. This made Lin Ling frown. He was here to kill Lei Tianlan, but it didn't seem like it would be easy. The Thunder Sound Manor was indeed a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Although it wasn't the strongest force in the Four-Ring City, it was obvious that even the Four Symbols Heavenly Palace wouldn't dare to provoke it. "Second brother, there's some trouble. What should we do next?" Sakura also said solemnly. If they alerted the enemy, it would attract more experts, and then it would be more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Play it by ear. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he secretly transmitted his voice. With Xian Linglong and the rest leading the way, they managed to blend in. It was hard to imagine that without Xian Linglong, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, forming groups of 2s and 3s. Although the voices of discussion were soft, when they gathered together, it still caused a commotion at the foot of the mountain. There was an ancient mansion in front of them. A towering banner was placed there, with the words, Thunder Sound Manor, embroidered on it. Although the Thunder Sound Manor wasn't the most powerful force in the Four-Ring City, no one dared to underestimate it because of its owner's relationship with the Empress Dowager of the Divine Dynasty. Thank you, heroes, for participating in our brave and scheming heroes gathering. This is the blessing of the Thunder Sound Manor. An aged voice reverberated through the mountain range. An old man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at everyone as he spoke. Behind him, there was a high platform made of white jade. Several figures were sitting there, and one of them was Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan is so beautiful. Moreover, she has the demeanor of a heroine at such a young age. If I can become partners with her, my life won't be in vain. Do you want to die? Countless people in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty want to hold Lei Tianlan's hand, but who has succeeded? Do you think Marshal Yu Qing is stupid? Hee, I'm just saying. However, I think Marshal Yu Qing may not be able to control Lei Tianlan. The young men around them whispered. Yu Qing, the marshal of the Fengtian Prefecture, was considered young and promising. However, compared to Lei Tianlan, he was not worthy. Although Yu Qing had told everyone that Lei Tianlan was his fiancée, and Lei Tianlan had never objected to it, it was obvious that she didn't agree with it personally. This brave and scheming heroes gathering is very simple. It will be a challenge tournament. Geniuses who perform well can enter the Thunder Sound Manor and practice martial arts with Miss. The old man said again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was in high spirits. For many people, if they could enter the Thunder Sound Manor, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. This was especially true for the generation without a backer. They regarded the brave and scheming heroes gathering as a turning point in their lives. Lei Tianlan knows how to win people's hearts. Seeing this, Sakura, who was among the crowd, sneered. She's just looking for some cannon fodder. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. How could he not know what Lei Tianlan was planning? Lei Tianlan had recruited some geniuses. If anything happened, she would let them take care of it and protect her. If they died midway, Lei Tianlan wouldn't care. If they were still alive, it meant that they were talented and the Thunder Sound Manor would nurture them. Of course, many people knew this, but they wouldn't reject it. After all, if one wanted to stand tall in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they couldn't avoid risks. There were countless geniuses in the martial god world. If they didn't have a backer, it would be difficult for them to grow. The challenge tournament is divided into 7 stages. In the end, there will be 7 arena masters. Then, the arena masters will fight against each other and laugh at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The old man continued, Of course, the purpose of this challenge tournament is to nurture a generation for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, the Thunder Sound Manor doesn't want anyone to cause trouble. This was obviously a private challenge tournament set up by the Thunder Sound Manor. However, it was under the name of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This showed that they had thought it through thoroughly. Suddenly, there was laughter all around. Many people shook their heads. Who would dare to cause trouble in this challenge tournament? Some people even saw the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. However, they were sure that the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The rules of the challenge tournament are simple. Those who admit defeat will be eliminated. Those who are stubborn can be killed directly. The old man said again. When the last sentence was said, killing intent filled the air. Many people suddenly shuddered. How ruthless! Some of the geniuses even wanted to back out. Only the strong ones who were confident in themselves were unmoved. Obviously, their hands were also covered in blood. The weak will be killed directly? Lin Ling thought to himself. The ensemble of heroes seemed to be for nurturing geniuses, but it was actually a game to kill the weak. Moreover, there were many forces here. Once there was a fight, it would definitely lead to a massacre. In the end, these forces would hate each other.